I want to say good morning to everybody. Hi, Chapka. We're going to get started. We're trying to be prompt on times today. To let you know that venues are hard to come by in this size of a session in the Lower Mainland here, and we have this one booked till 5 o'clock, but that means we're have to be vacated and the staff have to prepare it for another session, another group coming in around 5:30. So I know you're all brokenhearted and you want to stay all day today and you want to hear me tell a story and anyway, we're gonna try and get a little moving today. So thank you so much for that help. For those of you that can stay, the staff have prepared it's a gift wheel for prizes that they were generously donated by the vendors outside. So please do what you can with the vendors. They're very helpful and they help spiff up our gathering. So they travel lots and they're with us. We know them just as much as they know us too. So support the vendors is what I'm saying. Thank you, and that'll be towards the end of the day as we can. I would like to invite Regional Chief. Thanks for that. I want to invite Ray Thunderchild up to do a opening prayer for us, start our day. As he does arrive, I want to mention that it is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women today, International Day today to recognize, to eliminate violence, and I'll ask Chief Thunderchild here to remember that in his prayers.
Tansen wako makantik. Mio sana semi nota kapita kohti ego muuta. Ego makawi ai muutak. Awassa kawi tuota atsukoma. Tansen ista kesuitsi taasu egoma. Tahto egai kanstoimi ekio manchos sika son agio homia negi bit para wihon. Ninanas kumak winogota isin wagota kapakin goahok. Ketuota mauma, Squamish, Musqueam, Sweditus, Nanas Kuma Kahkyoganik, Kapakin Chigomota Kapitotaman. Good morning. As I related yesterday, when I first came into the city here, I used to go around with the three elders from the territory here, from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Sweditus. They used to tell me that someday you're going to be up here when we're not going to be around anymore. They would phone me to come pick them up to go to a conference to say opening prayer. They sit in my office, shut my books down, my computer down, and my director comes in, where are you going now? I said, Elder calls, I got to go. Ever since then, I've really acknowledged the Squamish, Sweditooth, and Musqueam for allowing me to be here. As an elder now that I grew into this stage of my life, I am from the Saskatchewan Cree Nation, the Thunderchild Cree Nation in Saskatchewan. I made my home here for 31 and a half years. I always say I'm stuck here, but I'm not. Don't rescue me, I tell my parents. I like it here. This is a part of the stuff that I do now, growing into this stage of my life. And I want to share with you today a prayer and acknowledgement to the young people, the children that we're all working for, working towards their future. Kuesingam tanehte nan tan samme ui totama, tan se ui speak squatak, tan samme wista is nagatoga taagog. Hui tsina no tainan, hiuma poko kaksta moja, tan se totama, tan se speak square, tan summe speak squatama. Tamagi tona no tainan, is nan is kapi, kak tamagi mua muna tas kumana mui petagoya, magaka memo nansu squasik sitsanistran. Tamagi tona kakyo, kapi, Ntuhta kumuta wista ka wista masikti ko si somano tawinan. Eksinista tepe ka kituta manu muta ka piskagi sabuan manuma. Eksepo ka kitak no kumbagantek. Eksinista ka kyo nanas na hai. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Elder Thunderchild, for starting our day in a nice, proper way. Haichka. We're going to turn now to Regional Chief Terry Tiji.
Thank you, Ray, and thank you, Ray, for the prayer. Deneza, Tsekuza, Skyza, Chiefs, Hereditary Chiefs, delegates, residential school survivors. I too today want to recognize the International Day to End Violence Against Women. And in particular, in this room, we see many Indigenous women advocating for our children, the caretakers of much of the work in regards to child welfare, our women, our Indigenous women, and also support for the Red Dress campaign to end violence against our Indigenous women. So certainly it is raising awareness that violence does happen. And yesterday there was a press conference at noon for many of our respective organizations, women's representatives, speaking about violence against Indigenous women in regards to policing. And certainly that is an issue that many of our Indigenous women have experienced in urban centers. And more recently, the past 2 years, as we have experienced this pandemic of COVID-19, we've saw an increase of violence against women around the world. So we need to eliminate this violence, especially in regards to our Indigenous women who are the caretakers of many of our children. So today, I certainly want to thank also the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Coast Salish people. Thank you for allowing us here to have this very important discussion in regards to child welfare. As the regional chief of the Assembly of First Nations, I do hold many portfolios, including one that has been bestowed upon me as of May, and it is to implement nationally the United Nations Declaration Act. Here in British Columbia, November 28th will be the 3rd anniversary of the province of British Columbia aligning many of their colonial laws with the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, Bill C-41. That journey certainly hasn't been easy, and as you've seen with our lawyers yesterday, speak to really trying to, I suppose what we're describing and what we're trying to do is change a colonial governance system, the machinery, and also the culture within the legislature to acknowledge that Indigenous peoples have the rights and the sovereignty to govern themselves. And that task hasn't been easy. As of April this past year, we finally came to the point of having an action plan, 89 commitments between the provincial government and First Nations of this province to start aligning the many colonial laws of British Columbia with the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And there's 89 commitments. The timeline is 5 years. And certainly part of that discussion is implementing Bill C-92 to many of our First Nations community to draw down jurisdiction over child welfare. And certainly part of that discussion is the long-standing court battle, if you will, and finally the decision that came back down in 2016, which saw over 20 CHRT rulings to the federal government to stop discriminating against our children. And we do have a panel today to speak to part of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, but also to speak to the agreement in principle. And I want to acknowledge the work of the AFN and AFN Legal and Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse for the work that she has done in regards to the agreement in principle. And the AIP began last year. And the federal government did come forward in September of last year and brought forward about $6 billion to deal with the CHRT. We didn't agree with that. And by the end of October of last year, another proposal came forward from the federal government, which was about $16 billion. And as you all know, by the end of the year, that became $40 billion. It's the biggest settlement in federal history, Canadian government history. It's one of the largest settlement agreements. Outside of that, there's only, in the United States, Big Pharma on the opioid crisis and Big Tobacco are the only other bigger settlement agreements that are out there in Western I suppose, in North America. So it certainly is significant, but in the recent ruling, as of last year, as of last month, stated that there was not enough in terms of recognizing that there was elimination of some groups of children. Now, if we state that every child matters, and that we don't forget any children out there, then $40 billion isn't quite enough. We need more compensation to make sure that those children that died in care, that the parents, the grandparents are also part of the compensation. And I can't recall the other two that were highlighted by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So further to that, as a part of the BCAFN, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit, we did pass resolutions that stated we need to enact free, prior, and informed consent in regards to the settlement agreement of the agreement in principle. Meaning that we do want to come back to the chiefs, we want to come back to the leadership and state, here's the final agreement, do you agree with it? I believe that we're close. I think the vast majority of the $19.8 billion on long-term reform, about $15 billion actually does cover off some of the provisions within the CHRT, and I believe Cindy will speak to that in long-term reform. We also at the executive at the AFN do agree that the funding on compensation, the $20 billion, should start being rolled out, or what the CHRT ruling stated and what Mary Teegee said, put it in trust and start distributing those funds while we work out the other issues with the other groups that were not a part of the actual settlement. So certainly a lot to discuss there, and I believe we got an hour and a half or 2 hours today on that, and we do have some guests from the AFN that will be here. Certainly the judicial review that was put forward by the federal government and by the AFN a couple of days ago. The reason that we did that is that we had 30 days from the CHRT ruling to either agree with it or file a judicial review. It was a very tough decision. I didn't think that we needed to file a JR. Rather, I would have wanted everybody to come in the room and try to figure out a solution. Not to say that isn't happening. Matter of fact, just a few days ago, all those as part of class action, the AFN and the federal government have been in the room trying to figure out a way forward. So that will continue to happen. And you'll hear that today from our guests from the AFN. And certainly I think this discussion is going to certainly be perhaps heated discussion, perhaps emotional, because quite simply we're dealing with very personal issues. And child welfare is one of the most difficult files that I've been a part of. Because you're breaking the family unit. We're talking about children taken into different homes. And we're trying to figure out what that compensation looks like. But no amount of compensation can bring many of those issues, to deal with many of those issues that our children experience in care. So certainly it is a way forward. It is part of the solution, but also we don't want to forget any of the children that deserve compensation. Now, far too often, when we've seen past compensations to our survivors of residential school or day scholars, or any of those types of compensations, far too often, some of our members come back and are asking, well, what about my situation? Why wasn't I accounted for? And far too often, some of those rules that were brought forward by the federal government don't account for some of those children that were lost in the decisions to go forward with compensation. So we can't lose sight of that, and we have to make sure that we cover off all children that deserve compensation. And further to that, on long-term reform, we got to make sure that there's enough resources, enough capacity for our communities to draw down jurisdiction over child welfare. I mean, there's no point in taking over child welfare if we don't have enough resources. It doesn't make sense. The point of the whole court case, which began 15 years ago, was that very fact, was that for every dollar that was spent on child welfare off reserve, our communities were getting 25 cents less, 25% less. That was the whole point of the Child Caring Society and the AFN court case, which brought us to here in terms of the AIP, and also the other issues, Jordan's principles, the MUSHUM, class action, the chart class action, to try to bring that all together. I think it's really positive where we're at right now. But like I said, when I reported about this at our regional sessions and at the BCAFN AGM, was that the devil is really in the details, and we got to make sure that every child is accounted for. So certainly a lot to discuss today and over the next several months. One of the other issues in terms of long-term reform is that much of what is being discussed and negotiated, we are still in the works of trying to figure out, like I said, if it is enough, because we're working on some of the data that we need. The data in regards to making sure that all children are accounted for. And this would involve sharing data with the provincial government and the federal government, and making sure that we have enough resources for compensation, but also to make sure that we have enough resources going forward when our communities, when our governing bodies do take over jurisdiction. So a lot to discuss today. Thank you, Ray, and thank you for being here. Thank you for all the comments. Those are really important. You know, the comments from the leadership yesterday that spoke to what about our communities? What about our non-delegated communities that are quite small? We don't have enough resources. That's what worries me at night. Are those small communities that don't have enough resources to take care of their children? My community, I'm from Takla Nation. My leadership is here. We are part of a delegated agency. We're fortunate in that, you know, having a delegated agency does provide more resources, more capacity to deal with children. But what worries me is those communities, the smaller communities that don't have enough resources and capacity. That's what we should be worried about. So thank you once again, Ray, and thank you for allowing me to say a few words. Merci.
Thank you, Regional Chief. I've seen Regional Chief deal with this issue for quite a while, and I know that his heart and soul is in trying to make the improvements for our children. So thank you, Regional Chief. We do have a high-powered, what I call a high-powered panel. So I'd like to call the panelists to the front here. I think one or two of them might be on virtue, but the panelists consist of Cindy Blackstock from the Cairn Society, Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse, Stu Watke from the Assembly of First Nations, Mary T.G., BC Rep for First Nations Child and Family Services Reform, and Catherine Lapia, First Assistant Deputy Minister for Child and Family Services Reform, is our panel today.
It's there too.
So good morning to the panelists. Thank you for making your way. And we've been, some are going to go into a PowerPoint, some are verbal, but they're pretty well versed on the instructions that were dealt with here. So we're going to go to Cindy Blackstock.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you to the elder for the prayer. And thank you to chiefs and to counselors and to all the young people and my fellow panelists. I've got a limited amount of time, and so I just want to get right to it. But before I do, I want to just honor all the women and the girls who have experienced violence. And I want to also just recognize that family that lost a loved one up in Prince Rupert due to family violence just recently. So my prayers are with their family and with their community. We're going to talk about three different proceedings. One is the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal compensation, as Regional Chief TG mentioned. The other is a class action that's a related but separate proceeding, and the other is the most important, which is ending discrimination for our kids and making sure Canada doesn't do it again. In all of these, it asks the question about what does justice look like to us as First Nations? You know, the federal government, it has had kind of a Noah's Ark view of justice, which is that it's good for those who are on the Ark, on those who have benefited from colonialism. It was terrible for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples who were left behind. The question for all of us, the opportunity for all of us, is to show our kids that we can land this thing in a good way that makes sure that no community, like the small communities that Regional Chief is talking about, or the children who were victimized by Canada and were awarded for compensation are left behind. So I am going to distribute the full PowerPoint, but I am not going to take up the time to go through all the slides right now. I just want to contrast the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal compensation with that in the final settlement agreement. When you hear final settlement agreement, that's really the class action. So the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal awards compensation for the infringement of your human rights. And when you get this compensation, it's separate from a class action. You retain your rights as a victim to litigate against Canada if you choose to for more damages. And there's no cap per se. So as many victims that are awarded compensation come forward, Canada has to pay that. And based on direction from Chiefs and Assembly, the Assembly of First Nations and ourselves, and the other parties, we're able to get a compensation order that was the maximum that the tribunal could award, which is $40,000 per victim. Now, the tribunal also was able to go back to 2006. That's only because of the limitations of their statute. Now, one of the things that a class action can do and was supposed to do in this case is actually build on top of that 40,000 and include many more victims, because they can go back to 1991, which is a good thing. And you'll remember that the Prime Minister was making statements that, you know, this is going to be the reason we're going to settle this by class action, kind of absorb the CHRT people into this class action, is because we want to give them more than $40,000, which is also a very good thing. When we looked at the final settlement agreement as a caring society, we agreed with many of the components that are in it. But the one thing that we were concerned about is that it took away the compensation for children who were placed in non-IS funded placements, the estates of parents, and reduced the compensation for others and made it really unclear for Jordan's Principle people. So I just want to emphasize this point. These are people who are already legally entitled to $40,000 from the tribunal. And if the final settlement agreement was agreed to by the tribunal, that would reduce or eliminate or place in uncertainty the legal rights that they'd already gotten through the tribunal. For that reason, because we wanted to make sure that this actually was an enhancement of human rights and not the taking away of human rights, the Caring Society raised these matters in front of the tribunal while also being clear that there's some very positive things in the final settlement agreement. Now, you talk about these kids in non-IS funded placements. What this is, you know, thanks to the good work of people on the ground in communities, we're looking always for somewhere other than foster placement to put kids. And so this could be a friend of a neighbor offers her. To give you a sense, it's the most frequently used type of placement. Not all of these children in the tribunal's orders would be compensated, but many of them would. So this is the group that had $40,000 who under the FSA, had the tribunal fully agreed that it fully satisfied that agreement, would have seen that disappear. So I'm just going to skip to this article and to just note that the tribunal ruling on the final settlement agreement was not necessary from the tribunal's perspective. It was really a condition that the class action lawyers put into their final settlement agreement. And that's why it was brought to the tribunal. That's why Canada and AFN brought that motion before the tribunal. And it's also one of the ways that the tribunal thinks this can be solved, is that the class action lawyers in Canada could get rid of that clause. And that way the tribunal payments could continue along and the final settlement could continue along. So the letter decision is public. I'll make sure that you all have a copy of it. Again, it commends many of the aspects of the final settlement agreement, but it says, because it disentitles some victims, including children, reduces entitlements for others, and places uncertainty, particularly for Jordan's Principle, they could not say it fully satisfies. The tribunal also said they're concerned about the opt-out provisions. That means in a class action, you're basically in unless you legally opt out. There is a federal court order right now that says the opt-out period started in July for these children and these families and will end in February. So maybe we'll hear more from AFN about where that's at. But the tribunal also puts out a path forward. Like this isn't a bad result. In fact, I look at this as a good result, because what it is, it's saying to Canada, you cannot take away the human rights of these victims. You have to make space to ensure that you're doing this and then creating justice for others as well. And they could amend the final settlement agreement so that the CHRT approval is not required by getting rid of that Article 10. They could put the money into trust, which is something that the CHRT and folks like Mary TG have been suggesting. And Canada can also pay more. And frankly, I think that that's a definite possibility. So that's on the class action stuff. And we know that Canada and AFN have filed for appeal of this letter decision. I'm disappointed with that. I don't think further litigation is necessary. I think we need to get to work as sitting around the table and figuring out how to work this. And in fact, we've sent invitations to all the parties to do that. And we hope that that will get underway soon. So I'm just going to skip there. I want to go to long-term reform. On long-term reform, this is the big piece of work that we need to do well. And the agreement in principle had some key principles in it. It said that the safety and well-being of the child is the paramount consideration. The second thing it said is that evidence-informed approaches are really important to viewing this in a good way, of making sure that we are not leaving any First Nation or First Nations child behind as we try to lock down non-discrimination now and into the future. That research is underway, but it's not complete yet. So as of this date, we do not have a long-term funding solution for Jordan's Principle. We do not have a long-term funding solution for First Nations without agencies. We do not have a long-term funding approach for First Nations agencies at this point. I will say that with First Nations agencies, we are getting closer to having that research available to us, but it's not done yet. And I think the question becomes for leadership is, do you want to see those solutions and appraise them with your experts before we sign off on a final settlement agreement? Certainly that's the Caring Society's point of view. So that is something that I think is really, really important to think about and to make some decisions about. And I know that you have in your previous resolutions. The other important point to think about is what happens after year 6. This 19.8 billion is for 5 years. What happens in year 6? And how do we make sure that we do not have to start from scratch on a brand new complaint after we say goodbye to the tribunal? How do we make sure that in year 10, we're not back litigating on this thing? We got to make sure that all of our collective efforts, and I really want to honor everyone who came before us, who struggled to get equity for our kids. We can't just drop the ball at the 10-yard line. We have a plan and we have an opportunity to see this through to completion. And I don't think it's going to take a lot longer. It's just about doing it right and making sure those community-informed solutions are available, that they can be reviewed by experts and approved by leadership. So we've heard about the 19.08 billion. I take off about, I'll say 19.8, but it includes some of the money that Canada already has in the bucket. So when you hear about the 19.8 billion for the CHR for long-term reform, 75% of that is linked to CHRT orders. So it's not actually negotiated money, it's tribunal money. And these are binding orders on Canada unless they're replaced by a different order. And just to give you a sense of the amounts, this is roughly what our calculation is. So The remaining funds in the AIP are about 574 million a year. The vast majority of that is really for remoteness and other types of things bound up in FNCFS and housing. So this is going to be important work for all of us to be looking at. I'm just saying, yeah, there you go. You're caught up to me. And I'm just going to go to the next slide because I think it's important to realize this is from the Government of Canada. And this slide shows you that they generally agree with that breakdown. So if you look at the AIP in the gray here, that references to the order 2022 CHRT 8, which is 42% of the funding. And then the CHRT 41 is capital. And then we have the protection piece on top. So to say that, you know, these legal orders are here, and my view is we should be pressing Canada to release the remaining funds so that children's needs are met while we make sure that we're collectively working on this thing to end it in a good way. The other thing I would say on compensation, just to quickly wind up, is that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has taken a look at the compensation and estimated the CHRT compensation to be about $15 billion. So that number is already on the books, the $15 billion. I'm hoping we can build on top of that, as I say, and be able to kind of resolve this in a good way. And just for added assurance, for everybody who's worried about the prevention money, it's actually in this legal order, in this paragraph. And for folks who are worried about it maybe going away on April 1st, well, it's actually based in this order, and the tribunal says it's ongoing, adjusted annually for inflation and for population. So those pieces are in there. So I'm gonna end here and just quickly sum up with some key points. Is on compensation, I really see a path forward to bring the FSA into alignment with the tribunal's decision. I don't think further litigation is necessary. And I'm hoping that we can find a path through this to be able to do this, because I really saw the tribunal was open to kind of us coming back with a solution, and I think a solution is definitely there. I don't think we have to leave kids behind and take away legal entitlements from kids in order to achieve that goal. I think that we can make sure we set an example of justice where no child is left behind and has their rights abridged. On long-term reform, it's really about let's do this well for the kids and make sure that everyone is included and that there's sufficient funding. Like the regional chief, my primary concern is for First Nations delivering prevention who may not have the infrastructure in place right now, like staff people, program opportunities, all the rest of this, to be able to maximize that opportunity. So I want to make sure that we're setting everybody up for success, because when we say goodbye to the tribunal, we can't go back to the tribunal for further orders. And it's really been in reaction to those legal orders that the tribunal has made the most action. And finally, I just want to recognize the Assembly of First Nations for all of the work that it has done on this case. They've been a valued and important contributor to this case. And I'm looking forward to working with them on these solutions as we go forward and hopefully bring this in for a landing within the next year or so, but in a way that really ensures that every child is set up for success and Canada does not get another crack at our kids. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Haichka kusi me. Thank you for being with us here at this work. Cindy will be entertaining a Q&A after the panel. So thank you so much. In the interest of keeping things going, I'm going to now go to Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse.
Is this on? It's on. Good morning. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. I want to thank the elder for the opening prayer. I want to thank you, Ray, for doing such a good job as always, and for feeling so welcoming. You know, here in BC, I want to thank the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations whose traditional land that we're on. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Cindy Woodhouse, and I come from a small little First Nation in Manitoba. It was about a 3-hour drive to the city of Winnipeg where I grew up. I grew up on my First Nation with my people, and I know that half the time I had to be with my grandmother, and the other half the time I was with my parents. And those were the best days. I always remember that, growing up with my people, listening to their language, just as many of you have. And there was always traditional food, and sometimes on check day there'd be KFC. So, thanks for being in. So, at the Assembly of First Nations, I'm the Social Development Portfolio holder. And of course, I've been lead negotiator for the AFN, and I want to also recognize Stephanie, if you can stand up. Adam. Yeah, Adam, can you also stand up and take a wave? And yeah, as well as Stuart, if you can. I know Stuart will be introducing himself very shortly, but I know that there's a whole group of First Nations technicians, lawyers coming together to try and get the best deal that we could for each and every one of you. So before I get into my notes, I just want to say, we all try to work hard together, and it's, I think that we're at a crossroads when it comes to our children, and I know for sure back home where I come from, do we want to stay with delegated agencies? I know that we need part of that, part of their work to help us, but do we want the chiefs? I guess this is a discussion with them back home, is that they want some teeth to come towards First Nations, because we're back starting from residential schools, the day schools, the 60 scoop. We've never ever really had the chance to take care of our own laws and our own jurisdiction. So many of our people back home are starting to occupy the field, take up that space, and try and bring our children home once again. I know that everybody's struggling with this issue across the country, but in Manitoba, I think there's 11,000 kids in care, and 10,000 of them are First Nations children. We've become the epicenter of child apprehension in this country and possibly worldwide. And so how do we, and I know other provinces and territories are experiencing the same thing. And I don't think anywhere else in the world you would see such a damaged system, a system that's breaking apart our families, and that we have to try and reverse. And we have to, take that back and take back our rightful place as their main caregivers. Too many of our kids are being sent out and shipped out, and it's a really sad system. And growing up, I remember there was this boys' home on a community, and there'd be 20, 30 boys rotating out of there every year, and they'd come and then they'd ship them out again. And it was just it's not a system that humans should have to live through. But I know you're all experts in that, and I'm thankful to be here with the leadership. I know that we have many, many issues when it comes to our people and trying to, but there's one thing that's common, and that's our nationhood, and to work together, but our nationhood is first and foremost. So as the portfolio development holder, it is my honor to provide you with an update on the work underway on First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. We can all agree that the current Child and Family Services regime needs to change. The important changes and work that the AFN has been undertaking have been a long time coming. The Assembly of First Nations is advocating for real changes that will reduce the high number of First Nations children in care and make Jordan's Principle more accessible to those who need it. First Nations children and families have been waiting for decades for change. As a result of AFN's advocacy, the AFN was able to secure a $40 billion commitment from Canada for long-term reform and compensation. I'd like to start by providing a brief update on compensation. In September, the Assembly of First Nations went before the tribunal to seek their endorsement of the final settlement agreement on compensation. And in October, they found that the agreement substantially but not completely satisfies their compensation order. We learned yesterday that the Government of Canada is seeking a judicial review of that tribunal's decision. While we were all disappointed that we have not yet received the tribunal's or approval to move forward, I, alongside the Assembly of First Nations, remain deeply committed to fighting for compensation for the children and families who have been harmed by Canada's discrimination. We cannot and we will not abandon them. The AFN will also participate in the judicial review to ensure the rights of our children and families are fully respected in this process and that they receive the compensation due to them. We will also continue to press Canada to examine all options, including seeking a negotiated resolution to get compensation flowing to children and families, regardless of what is happening through these legal processes. The tribunal's decision also complicates our timeframes, and there's a risk that the $40 billion commitment Canada made may expire. I urge everyone to remember that there is more than 300,000 of our people waiting for justice. Alongside compensation, the Assembly of First Nations has been in negotiations for the reform of the federal CFS program and long-term implementation of Jordan's Principle. The Assembly of First Nations' vision for long-term reform is to address the root causes of overrepresentation of First Nations children and families in the child welfare system, while shifting towards a federal program that is accountable to First Nations. Some important reforms have already come to fruition as a result of AFN's advocacy, including post-majority support services for youth aging out of care, enhancing prevention funding for First Nations, and funding for First Nations representative services. The work continues towards a final settlement agreement that encompasses input from the First Nations on the critical reforms that are needed. The AFN is committed to engagement and information sharing so that First Nations are equipped to make informed decisions about long-term reforms for their citizens. The AFN has provided funding to the Assembly of First Nation Regions to conduct their own engagements to ensure that the priorities and aspirations of First Nations are reflected in the final settlement agreement. In October, the AFN also hosted a national virtual town hall on First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle, which was an important opportunity to learn about the proposed reforms. The recordings of the town hall, along with the presentation and resource materials, are available on our website. Again, we are seeking an extension of Canada's $40 billion commitment to ensure that long-term reform discussions continue. However, if the current Treasury Board authority expires on October 31st, 2022, Finance Canada will reprofile the entire amount and place these funds into their general revenue account. In closing, the AFN continues to work towards a final settlement agreement that reflects what we are hearing from First Nations that will meet the needs of First Nations children and families now and into the future. We must continue to work closely together in collaboration and in unity to reach the best possible final settlement agreement that is reflective of First Nations priorities, that is informed by what our chiefs are saying, and that will create real change for our children and our families. Our children and our families cannot wait any longer for imminent changes. Significant and enduring reforms are needed immediately, and that is what the final settlement agreement will try and seek to accomplish. So, thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you, Regional Chief, for that, and thank you for your dedication to that and memory of your time coming with your family. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to call on Mary Teegee.
I do have a PowerPoint that should be up. Lisa?
It's on.
Yep, got it. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mary Teegee. I'm the, first of all, of course, I would like to acknowledge and thank the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish for allowing us on your territory. I'm the Executive Director of Child and Family Services for Carrier-Sicani Family Services. I am also the Chair of the Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors Forum. I represent British Columbia on the First Nations Caring Society. I represent British Columbia on the National Advisory Committee for Child and Family Services Long-Term Reform. I am the President of the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society. I also am, above all that, though, that I am a hereditary chief, the true Section 35 right holder, Mushroom Gabu, White Wolf, and I would like to acknowledge my chief, the elected chief, Chief John French, but also my hereditary chief as well, Quilahan. So I do this work all these years because that I know that the most important thing we need is to ensure, as Chief Dan George says, is that every child is happy. And when we think about this work, I always thought about it in the context of how we fight in the province of BC, how we fight for the forests, how we fight for mining, how we fight for our resources. And that same fervor and that same passion and that same due diligence must be weighted on this most important fight, and that's to ensure our most important resource, our children, are protected and safe, and also that they're thriving, and that's sort of the context. Now, in British Columbia, I've representing BC all these years on the NAC and also on the Caring Society. We definitely know that British Columbia is unique in the work that we're doing, but also in child and family. So if you could get the next slide. I don't have the clicker. Okay, here we go. Okay. I wanted to open up, and I think it's really important, and I did say this yesterday, that the comment from the Human Rights Tribunal about truth, as there is need for truth to achieve reconciliation, there can be no true justice without truth. While the path forward paved by the parties' concerted efforts is certainly generating real hope, the path that led up to the need for this case was marked with systemic discrimination towards First Nations people. Truth demands the unadulterated honesty to look at both paths to avoid repeating history. There is a real need to study the past to change minds and ways informed by the whole truth. The real goal is that the minds and ways are changed to create a true shift, giving birth to transformative justice and lasting change. This is a minimal requirement to honor the children and their families who were harmed and those who lost their lives. The importance of truth. The BC context. So in 2007, we had provided information. We worked with Canada and British Columbia to develop a Made in BC approach. Some of you leaders can recall that. We worked hard to get prevention funding to British Columbia. We actually started even earlier than 2004, 2005. Unfortunately, BC wasn't one of the provinces. Alberta got prevention dollars, Manitoba got prevention dollars, Saskatchewan got prevention dollars. Meanwhile, BC never received any prevention dollars. So what happened in 2005, or around there, 2007, 2008, we did community engagement. I was co-chair at the time, I recall, and we made sure that we also listened to the 84 nations that weren't affiliated. Because we said, well, if you're going to provide prevention dollars to BC, it shouldn't just be the agencies. We need those monies for the 84 nations. Unfortunately, due to a report that came out at the same time around 2008, 2009 by the then RCY, when Talk Trump Service, basically it said that monies were going to agencies and nations and they were just talking, they weren't providing service, which was erroneous. So what ended up happening is that Canada said, well, basically, because of the political interference at the time, BC never received money. It was around $58 million at that time in 2007, 2008. So if you think about that, from then to, when we finally started receiving money in 2018, that's, over $600 million that we would have received that we didn't get. So that's sort of the lay of the land. So this time we have the CHRT orders. We have, in BC, we do it differently. The rest of Canada has a reimbursement basis of funding. So they, they get reimbursed from Canada. Because we had no way of providing that funding before, we had no prevention dollars, and I mean zero prevention dollars on reserve. What we did is we developed a business plan, and it's a very good model because, we look at what the communities needs, we engage with the communities' needs, and then we provide a business plan so that we don't have to go back and keep asking for pennies for reimbursement. We also advocated, both Cindy and I, and especially at the NAC table and with Canada, to really push for those nations that weren't affiliated with an agency to also receive prevention dollars. So we didn't just look at the agencies, we also advocated for those nations because, again, I'm from BC, I know it's 84 nations, and for me, a child is a child is a child. Same as Warner always says, it doesn't matter where you're at. You want to ensure they're all our brothers and sisters. We all have the Indigenous principles of love and generosity, so we have to make sure that every child matters. So in the BC context, so we have the $2,500 per capita for prevention for agencies and nations. This is really, really important for BC. That $2,500 was based on an assumption that there was prevention services before. We didn't have that. We didn't have a baseline. So the 2,500 looked at those provinces and those agencies that from 2018, 2019, they looked at that number and they built upon that. Well, here in BC, we don't have the infrastructure, we didn't have the capital, we didn't have programming started because we just started receiving the money 2017, 2018, and 2019. So what we need to do right now, agencies are doing it, and we need the nations as well, is to actually start building that capacity because we don't know what it costs to provide prevention in BC. We also know that Jordan's Principle, BC was the first province all those years ago to accept Jordan's Principle. We definitely know that there isn't enough information. In fact, the new CHRT orders, number 3 talks about, or number 4 talks about having more research to get these numbers. Right now, the Institute of Fiscal and Studies and Democracy are currently plugging existing gaps in numbers, but rather than addressing the root causes of need. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen in Jordan's Principle. BC has one of the highest denial rates in Canada, 32% versus 2% in Manitoba. We have the slowest response rates in Canada, and we've heard this again and again that some of the BC applicants are giving up. Now, there has been a shift. There is this back to basics model, and I'm kind of hopeful because I'm hearing a little bit better responses, but we still don't have enough information. So IFSD recommends assessments and costing of needs to achieve substantive equality for First Nations children and families. We need additional research to find out why is there a low uptake for Jordan's Principle, and what can we do to increase that so that every child benefits from Jordan's Principle. I just wanted to touch base again on just the provincial funding. You know that right now where we do have prevention funding in on reserve, off reserve, it's very sad because there's still that discrimination. So I'll give you an example. At our agency, we have 1 social worker to four children, or 1 to 8, or in some cases 1 to 2, depending on the needs. My contract with MCFD, it's 1 child to 27 children. When we have a social worker that came over from MCFD to our agency, wonderful young man, his caseload was almost 80. So you could see that discrimination provincially and federally. So when we're looking at all of the work that we need to do, we have to ensure that every child, there is substantive equality both off and on reserve. We're working with IFSD, and the At a Crossroads report came out, and I think some of you saw that in the last year, which showed the real disparity between provincial and federal funding, and also like on and off reserve. So there's still, again, there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm thinking when I look at the work that we've been doing at the Society all these years, we have to maintain that all the information that is informing the final settlement is based on evidence and is integrity. BC, we've all been through the treaty process. Some of us are still in the treaty things. One of the things we know is when you're at the negotiating table, when I used to negotiate, if I was going to be negotiating forestry, I'd have a forester with me. If I was doing mining, I'd have like biologists, environmental scientists with me. Well, we had very little money, remember the treaty. But anyways, as much as I could, I would get somebody to be with me. Would never just negotiate in a vacuum. And the one thing that the CHRT orders, the one that is now up for judicial review, again and again, they talk about having performance informed. They talk about evidence-based. They talk about, good quality. So that is one thing that we have to ensure that that's a principle that we're all abiding by as the parties. And so the way the process of these negotiations and the structure and the way we conduct each other has to be above reproach, and the evidence has to be strong. We can't do that at this point because there's still too much work that's been ongoing. This is why we're saying we need to look at how long will it take, especially for BC, to get the right information so that we can make the right decisions. If we do this wrong, a whole nother generation of children may be harmed. We can't do that. We fought too hard. We've been at court for over 13, 14 years now. And we always say this, we can't drop the ball. We have, right now, we know that there's about 42% of the agencies has provided the information that will inform the new funding framework that we're working on with IFSD. But we know also in BC that as the last few months ago, it was only 37% of the nations had provided information. So we need at least a 50% to get a good data set so we could actually make good decisions. There's three things within the principles when the CHRT ordered that's discrimination to end. The first principle, of course, was that discrimination would end. The second was that it would never happen again. And the third was that there would be compensation. You've heard Cindy talk about the compensation. I just wanted to touch base on where we're at realistically with where discrimination ends. So we know that we have got the monies out the door. We have the 19.8 billion, 75% of that is already out the door. We're still working on developing that funding framework to ensure that there is substantive equality. What we're really concerned of right now, for me, when I'm sitting at the table, is that the second piece, like where we ensure discrimination never happens again. How are we going to do that? The way we do that is through systems reform. And that's a lot of work. Think about it. We have had ANSI, DIA, whatever, Indian agents, everything for all these decades and decades and decades. Now it's ISK. It's going to take a lot. Not everybody at ISK, that have bad intentions, but it's so ingrained that systemic, like that discrimination is so ingrained that they don't even know what's happening. So that's a big body of work that we're still ongoing. We are not nearly completed that. We also need to ensure that we have the protection of this, or something as much teeth as the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal order. We don't want to get out of the CHRT until something better is developed. So we are working on an alternative dispute resolution mechanism, far from being completed. So I'm saying all of this because when we're proceeding, we have to ensure that everything that we're going to do, that we're protecting those ones that are not yet born, so discrimination doesn't happen again. So after year 6, we don't know what's going to happen. We have the 5-year money, the 40 billion, 5 years. We don't know what's going to happen after year 6. I don't take it on faith that Canada will still provide us the same money. So we need a really good oversight body, much like the CHRT, until we develop something that is like the CHRT, because the only way that changes came is because of the tribunal's oversight. and that they're the ones that are saying, you know, you need to make sure that this happens, discrimination. Some of the orders, I just wanted to mention that, you know, now there's judicial review by Canada and the AFN. One of the orders was that, you know, that there would be reform to the First Nations Child and Family shall reflect a performance-informed budgeting approach with consideration of the well-being indicators defined in the IFSD Measuring to Thrive framework. And again, so that's what we're saying. We want that performance-informed budgeting. We also know that, and that the other order is that there will be ongoing post-majority funding, and that's something that we fought for years and years and years. You'll see, if you go look out through the history of British Columbia, there are resolutions at the summit, at the BCAFN, and at the UBCIC, where we put those recommendations or those resolutions so that there would be post-majority funding. So we won that, we got that, and now it's going to be maintained within these orders. And again, the orders say that that the post-majority funding at actuals until such time as there's a new programming from funding, long-term reform in post-majority, and that would have to be evidence-informed. Again, evidence-informed. Order number 3, which is a good thing, again, these are the orders that are under judicial review, that Jordan's principal recipients will be past the age of majority. And so we have 60 days to work with the parties to ensure that there's transitional supports and how we're going to do that. So that's a huge win. That's something that I know that the leaders have been asking for, post-majority, Jordan's principle. We also, again, order number 4 is talking about Canada, like that we should have research when we're doing all of this work. I just wanted to, I know that's a lot of information, it's just sort of in a nutshell, but I really believe that we are in a situation where we have to capitalize, but capitalize in a good way. We also have to ensure that the differences in British Columbia is reflected in all we do. In fact, all the differences across regions, it's different in Manitoba than it is in British Columbia for certain. But we must ensure that we're reflecting those regional variances so that all children can, we can achieve substantive equality for all children. So with that, I think I will be around after this as well, so if there's any questions, so thank you for your time.
Thank you for that, Mary, and I'm glad you're on our side. You're a good fighter. Thank you. Stuart, from Legal Counsel from the Assembly of First Nations, thank you.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Pleasure to be here, and I thank you for your kind invitation for us to come out here today. I'd like to thank the elders for their opening prayers. My name is Stuart Wutke. I'm General Counsel with the Assembly of First Nations. I'm originally from Garden Hill First Nation in Manitoba. I've been legal counsel with AFN for a number of years now. I don't even know how long. But I'd be happy to talk about the compensation and long-term reform. Really, the genesis of this case goes back well beyond, the Human Rights Tribunal. Back in 2000, the AFN partnered with the Caring Society and others to develop a national policy review. And at that time, we knew there was inherent problems with respect to the First Nation Child and Family Services Program. Canada was a joint author of that report. And despite the fact that we have uncovered a number of serious flaws in the program, Canada did not make any changes. They required more information. So we engaged with other experts across Canada, and the one-day series of reports was released in 2003, 2004. So we've been working on this for a long time, and really, at that time when the one-day reports were released, Canada was still not making any substantive changes to the program. The then National Chief, Phil Fontaine, instructed legal counsel to file a human rights complaint. We worked with the Caring Society, and we are the two main complainants in that process. So we've been engaged in this process for a number of years, advocating for change. But we always know that when it comes to the federal government trying to damage our nations, they always go after our kids. And they've done that since Indian residential schools. They've attacked our children and ensured that they severed their relationship with our nations, with our families. as a way of colonizing us. And you see that right up into the current day with child welfare, the same system, the same processes that they use in Indian residential schools has occurred in child welfare. And luckily, we were able to provide submissions and evidence to the tribunal to really show this correlation and how Canada has been utilizing these policies. And based on that, the way that child welfare was funded has changed, and it has changed substantially over the last few years. What the tribunal found that in their main decision in 2016 was that the policy itself for the program had an inherent perverse incentive. And it operated much like Indian residential schools. Funding was attached to a child. So if you had a residential school that only fit 40 people in there, you can easily double your money by putting in bunk beds. And much like airlines, you make the living spaces smaller and smaller. You can get more and more people in there. The more people you bring into the system, the more funding you get. The more funding you get, the more services you can provide. That perpetuates a need for more and more apprehensions. That's the way the system was developed. It ran for a number of years. First Nation child welfare agencies could not be reimbursed for any of the services they provided unless they apprehended a child. So that system of funding child welfare has come to an end through the tribunal's orders, and which is the guiding post for long-term reforms. But before I get into long-term reforms, I want to touch upon compensation. Compensation was made available to First Nations children, and this is a fact because of the AFN's advocacy and submissions before the tribunal. The AFN in 2019 was the only party to the CHRT proceedings that requested compensation to be paid directly to individuals. That view is not shared by other parties. Fortunately, the AFN's arguments carry the day. If AFN lost that argument in 2019, we wouldn't be discussing compensation right now because there would be no compensation ordered for First Nations children. So there's been, social media going out with respect to AFN's filing this judicial review, suggesting that we're fighting against First Nations children. That's not the case. Compensation is only available because of the AFN's efforts. And that's a fact. So in moving forward, when we had the compensation order, there were inherent problems with the compensation order. There's views that, or suggestions that the compensation order issued by the tribunal is perfect. It provides everybody with compensation. That's not true. What the tribunal said is in order for anyone to get compensation, they have to meet 3 criteria. They have to be removed from their home, their families, and their communities. Unless you meet all those 3 criteria, you don't get compensation. Unless you meet those criteria, you'll get compensation. So for instance, if you play this out, and you'll see the inherent unfairness in the tribunal's orders, if you have 3 children that were apprehended, 1 child placed off reserve in a foster home, 1 child placed off reserve with your brother or sister, and 1 child placed in the community. Under the scenario, under the tribunal's orders, only 1 of those children would get compensation. The one that was removed from their communities and placed in the foster home outside the community. Because they met the 3 criteria. They were removed from their family, their home, and their community. The child that was placed with their relative, their aunt or uncle, we did not get compensation because they're placed with their family. A child that was placed in their own community would not get compensation, neither would their parents. These were the inherent fairnesses that the AFN thought was so unjust in the tribunal's orders. It was not a level playing field, and certain people were given preference. So the settlement agreement that the AFN drafted was to ensure that any child, no matter where they were placed, would receive compensation. And the compensation order under the tribunal process is a human rights-based remedy. So it doesn't matter if you're apprehended for 1 day or if you're apprehended for 18 years, you get the maximum amount, $40,000. And that $40,000 amount, again, AFN was the only party to ask for the maximum amount to be paid. Other parties asked for $20,000. So when you see this, in the submissions that were provided to the tribunal at the time in 2019, I think that, some of the criticism the AFN has been getting is a bit unfair because we are the only party at the first that requested compensation. But, we have gained the support of other parties, the Caring Society, Chiefs of Ontario, NAN. They all supported us when we went to the judicial review to support or to ensure that that order by the tribunal would be upheld. And we agree with that. What we tried to do with our compensation agreement was to ensure that all children get paid, regardless of where they're placed, and that it also factors in not only the human rights remedy, the $40,000 being somewhat the floor, but other remedies with respect to the levels of harm people received. In our view, someone that's been put in, apprehended deserves $40,000 if they're apprehended for 1 day. If somebody spent 18 years in a foster home or multiple foster homes, they clearly deserve a lot more money than $40,000. $40,000 doesn't even cut it for the AFN. So that's the way we try to organize the compensation framework. We did have to deviate from the tribunal in some respects, and the tribunal obviously did not agree with us, and they obviously did not endorse the settlement agreement. The other thing the tribunal did with the latest decision in dismissing AFN's request is that they brought in non-ISK children into the compensation process. Now, again, these are First Nations children. We're happy that these people will be entitled to compensation. It was sort of a gray area in our view at the outset. But what it has also done is it's created another preferred class. So as I mentioned, if you are apprehended by a a child welfare agency and ripped from your parents, you have to meet the three criteria. You have to be removed from your home, family, and community to get compensation. What the tribunal has done with this non-ISK funded placements, and these are voluntary placements where social worker says, we have concerns with your child's upbringing. Either you find a place for your child or we're going to apprehend them. In those cases, a parent would find a relative or a friend or somebody else to place their children in. The tribunal said basically in their order that it doesn't matter where those children were placed, if they're placed with friends, family, in your own community, they get compensation. So why is it that children that were ripped from their homes get nothing in certain circumstances, and those same children, you could be brother or sister that was voluntarily placed with someone else, is entitled to compensation? So again, there's inherent unfairness in what the tribunal has ordered. The AFN's efforts in compensation is to fix those gaps and to ensure that everybody gets compensation. And that's been our main goal. Oh, sorry, I can expand on it. Oh, yeah. The other thing too is, of course, the tribunal orders only go from 2007 to 2022, or 2022. Whereas the compensation settlement agreement expands that from the date the First Nation Child Family Services Program started back in '91. So it includes another 15 years of individuals who would be entitled to compensation. So that was our goals in the compensation, and it remains our goals to this day to ensure that everybody gets compensation. And I don't want to give people the impression that we're fighting children, because clearly we're not. We've been very supportive of that. The AFN, right from the beginning, has always wanted compensation to be paid to individuals. So that's sort of where we are. And we've also did a judicial review of the tribunal's decision for a couple of other reasons. And I really won't get into them, but there are problematic areas of the decision that the tribunal rendered. That is problematic. When it comes to some issues such as, for instance, the authority of the executive committee of the AFN to make decisions. They basically told us that it doesn't matter what the Assembly of First Nations Executive Committee says, unless you have a resolution, your positions carry very little weight. That only applies to the AFN. It's prejudicial. It's a breach of procedural fairness where we have to have the endorsement on any position we bring forward of every First Nation across Canada, but no other party needs to do that, including the Caring Society, Canada, Chiefs of Ontario, or NAN. It effectively ties our hands moving forward, and to be quite honest, we'll probably never get a final settlement agreement on long-term reform if those requirements are in place. So it is highly problematic, and which is why the executive committee felt it was necessary to dispute that aspect of the tribunal's decision. We did not file a judicial review with respect to the non-ISK children, because clearly there are our children, and clearly we want compensation to be paid to those individuals. So that is the genesis or the basis of our judicial review. There are problematic areas in it. There's problems with the compensation orders issued by the tribunal. There are inherent weaknesses, there are inherent fairnesses, and there are preferred classes of individuals, which we just can't accept. All our children deserve compensation. All our children are precious, not just the ones that were apprehended and placed off communities. So that's pretty much my comments on compensation. With respect to long-term reform, as I mentioned, we had a long road with respect to that. And, the collaborative work that the Assembly First Nations and the Caring Society has done up to this point has been very beneficial, and that it has rendered some good results with respect to enhancements. When we first launched the complaint in 2007, the total federal budget for child welfare was $500 million. Based on all the interim orders that the tribunal has issued to date, that amount per year now for this fiscal year is $1.5 billion. And if we do have a final settlement agreement that's negotiated, which you'll see coming April 1st, is a total budget of $2.5 billion. So a substantial increase in revenue to First Nation child welfare agencies and First Nations. And that amount, you have to figure, is on top. I mean, there's Jordan's Principles on top of that. That doesn't include Jordan's Principle. So, at this point, I think that we need to recognize the hard work that Regional Chief Woodhouse has done in securing the $40 billion. She had conversations with Cabinet, with the Prime Minister, and she was able to secure that commitment of $40 billion. So I think that that's fairly positive. But where we are in compensation right now, long-term reform, again, we want a settlement agreement because a settlement agreement and a negotiated settlement can provide much more than what the tribunal can order. My colleague, Mary Teegee, spoke about post-majority care. That is an important aspect of the reforms we are seeking. It is fundamentally wrong to tell a child, I'm sorry, you're an adult now, you reached the age of 18 or 19, whatever jurisdiction you're in, you're off on your own, they throw them to the curb. They need supports. So we agree with post-majority care. The problem with post-majority care in a tribunal setting is the tribunal has no jurisdiction to actually order that. That can be accomplished through a settlement agreement. It's been accomplished through our settlement discussions. We were able to get an interim order for Canada to pay that. That interim order expires for post-majority care March 31st, 2023. So after April 1st, 2023, there's no obligation for Canada to actually pay for that. Canada has committed that they will continue providing that service and paying for it, but there's no obligation for them to do it, and there's no way the tribunal can actually order them to do it. So again, that's why we want to sort of get outside the CHRT process, because a negotiated settlement and working together with all the First Nations together, putting together a comprehensive plan and moving forward can go much further than the tribunal. The tribunal has basically two tasks: to end discrimination and make sure it doesn't occur again. Quite honestly, Canada could go to court, to a tribunal tomorrow, provide the evidence of the amount of funding they're providing, saying discrimination is ended. They've already said it ended for Jordan's Principle, and when it comes to compensation, they've highlighted that it may have ended for large components of long-term reform as well. So we need to be mindful of the legal parameters here. But in the reform process itself, we made some good headway. The baseline funding that will be put into the new program, will be based on the previous year's budgets and expenditures. This is for child protection. So every year, how much you spent in child protection is what you get the next year, plus additional amounts for top-ups and for inflation and population growth. Now on top of that, there's prevention, and prevention is an important aspect of the program. Those are services that will keep a child in the home. What we found in the tribunal hearing was that roughly 95% of the First Nations children currently in care have been placed in care because of neglect, poverty-related reasons. There's not enough food in the home, they're not being clothed properly, there's overcrowding, there may be other issues such as substance abuse, that type of thing. These children were taken from loving parents who sought to protect them, tried to do their best. Because they were poor, they could not do that. According to the evidence, roughly 2.8% of the children that were apprehended was due to physical and mental abuse, and roughly 1.8% was apprehended due to sexual abuse, which is a lower average than the Canadian average. So when you think of all the children in care, and Regional Chief Woodhouse talked about Manitoba, about the 10,000 kids in care, 95% of those kids should not be in care right now. And that's why it's essential that these prevention services roll out. So if there's not enough food in the home, that can be provided them to keep them in there. The diversion that we're having at the negotiating table is who's best suited to provide that. Is agencies better suited to provide prevention services? Or can this money go to First Nations? Does it make sense for a family to say, I don't have enough food, I need to go to a child welfare agency, please open a file on me and my family and provide me with some food vouchers? Or would it be easier for that family to go to the band office and say, you have prevention money, I need some food, can you provide me with some food vouchers? And you get it from the band office, and no child welfare file is opened. When it comes to, there's a top-up for poverty as well. These addresses, this will be 5% of an agency's baseline amount. And these will deal with poverty-related issues, such as, baby formula, people that need that type of thing, so it can provide that services. There's other top-ups with respect to, data collection, data analysis, information technology. An important thing is the First Nation Representative Program. This is something that only operated in Ontario. The AFN told Canada, this is ridiculous. Why do you offer one program in Ontario and no other programs across Canada? If we're going to create a new program, ensure that if one service is provided in one region, it's applied across Canada. Canada agreed with us. So the First Nation Representative Program provides funding for First Nations at $283 per capita to hire workers in the First Nation administration. And these people will provide supports for people that are currently in conflict with the child welfare system, but it also provides an alternate venue where a child agency may want to apprehend a child and says, here's our plan, telling this to a judge. The Band Representative Program allows a First Nation to actually develop their own plan to go to court and saying, okay, judge, you heard their plan. This is the First Nation plan of what we want to do for a kid and leave them in the to help them stay in the community. That's what this money is for. It's a good program. It shouldn't just be rolled out in Ontario. It should be rolled across the board. There's also going to be 2% emergency fund, and this is money to be given to a service provider at the beginning of each year. You may be aware of a suicide crisis that's being developed, or some young people in your community doing a suicide pact. Rather than going to Canada and filing a proposal for funding to deal with that, you'll have money at the beginning of each year to actually address that. There's going to be money for capital and, of course, post-majority services. So the parties at the table, including Canada, agree that these are all programs that make sense. The divergence that we're having is who actually provides these services. Is it agencies, or is it First Nations, or is it a combination of both? Because if you look at, children, First Nations know best of what's going on with their community, their citizens. First Nations know how to exercise jurisdiction over our children. We've done it since time immemorial. Do we need an agency to do that for us? These are fundamental questions. AFN doesn't have a view on these, but these are questions, important questions, that First Nations themselves will have to provide us with information on. And so it's those types of things that we're looking at, that we're trying to discuss. And clearly, I agree with my colleagues, we need to get these things right. This final settlement agreement needs to be developed properly, but it has to also come from First Nations. These are your children. The reform program has to address your needs. It's really not up to the AFN, the Caring Society, Chiefs of Ontario, NAN, or Canada to determine that. It's up to your First Nations, and we need your views on these subjects. We've gone across Canada. We've heard a number of views. A lot of First Nations do agree that in some respects it makes more sense to First Nations to have access to some of these budgets at the beginning of the year. The other aspect is Jordan's Principle. Dr. Blackstock talked about this. But when you look at Jordan's Principle, you have the current regime. If you have a Jordan's Principle case, you can apply to Canada and seek approval of that. We asked Canada, can you provide some of that money to First Nations at the beginning of every year? For argument's sake or simplicity, say the budget for our Jordan's Principle is $100 million. We asked Canada, would you be prepared to give 80% of that $100 million to First Nations up front at the beginning of the year? And that way, First Nation, if the Jordan's Principle case comes up, a citizen can come to the First Nation band office and say, I have a Jordan's Principle case, can you look at my application? First Nations will have the resources to actually provide that service right off the bat without going to Canada. Of course, Canada have a residual role in case there's expensive treatments, or if the First Nations running low on funds, Canada will have to pick up the slack. Obviously, there's going to be an ongoing role for Canada. But it's a type of brainstorming that we're looking at. What makes sense for First Nations? How can we better package this? We don't have to just take the current models and tweak it. We are looking at substantial reforms. What are those reforms that you need, that you want to see? That's sort of the discussions we're having, and this is where your views would become so important to all the parties at the negotiating table. So other than that, again, I would like to thank you for your time and for inviting us out. Thank you.
Thank you for that jam-packed information that we've been craving for, actually, from all the panelists, that people have been really we're hoping and praying to hear update and information. So we'll go to Catherine Lapa from ISK Canada.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you here today, and I want to acknowledge and thank the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh for inviting us onto their territories to have these important conversations. I want to thank the ray of hope who inspires us in these conversations. The ray of sunshine, on the other hand, could do a bit more work today for the rest of us, since the rain is coming down pretty hard, so I put that challenge out to you. But thank you very much. I see that we've had sort of a number of PowerPoint presentations, so I'll spare you another one. And I'll maybe just focus a little bit on, where there's some commonality and where I see that there's great hope moving forward. But first, I'll just touch quickly on the compensation and just reiterate what the minister said yesterday, which is that we are very committed to resolving and negotiating these issues. As Stuart had sort of outlined, there are a number of legal issues that require some clarity. The CHRT has over time broadened and expanded, provided greater clarity in some regards on issues, and at times it requires further input. And part of it, as has been noted, is that there was a 30-day limit, and we still don't have the full decision either. So it's one of those, you have to decide at that point in time, or you forego that option. But I want to spend more time on talking about long-term reform and maybe talk about some of the elements that have obviously been touched on before, but maybe talk about where there's real hope. And Cookby Wilson was talking yesterday about that you're the people that the ancestors were hoping for. I think in some ways this is the discussions that we've all been hoping for a long time. So they're not easy, they're complex, there are different perspectives, but they are long overdue. With respect to funding, I think we all agree that it has to be evidence-based, comprehensive, focused on a prevention-based approach, and that the funding needed to increase. So as you've heard, there is a 5-year commitment to the $19 billion that is there for the program, but it also includes things like getting the full reports from IFSD, because right now they are not complete. So the funding has been developed based on a model that is still being tested in communities. So there is a commitment to review that and to make adjustments if required. And what it has meant so far, as people have acknowledged, is that from last year to this year, it's been an over 85% increase in a province like BC, but also across the country. So I know many of you are feeling the additional resources. That doesn't also include the $128 million that have gone to the 82 communities that are not represented by agencies, so CHRT 12, in part, in response to Mary's comments earlier about British Columbia not having had prevention resources in the same regard. Those communities also have additional resources which give them some opportunities to invest. I would also say that what is really important, and I heard Dr. Blackstock say it at the conference the other day, is it's also the funding mechanisms by which communities would be and agencies would be receiving the funding that's very important. So what's really being envisaged is full flexibility in funding. So the evidence-based methodology is to determine how much money goes in, but once an agency or a community would receive the funding, they would have full flexibility to move it between the various streams within that. So you don't have to restrict yourself to X percentage for emergency services or Y percentage for prevention, but can do it based on the needs of your people. That's also full flexibility to carry forward funding from one year to another. So I think that those are really important elements that people need to acknowledge. The other piece is I've heard a number of times people raise concerns about the long-term commitment from the Government of Canada. That's certainly part of the discussions at the negotiations, and certainly we've heard loud and clear that there's a need for commitments beyond the 5 years, and those are the discussions that will take place through the negotiations. And so, there will be more coming on that as those discussions unfold. The other one that I've heard around this room and at the conference across the way at the convention center earlier this week is capacity building, right? Communities have received a significant amount of funding over the last while, but we're in the middle of a pandemic. It's hard to hire people. It's very hard to hire people in remote communities. And so that there's a need for support around capacity building, whether it's for communities or some other service providers. And I heard Warner and Mary, you said it as well, that agencies are willing to help and support communities. There's discussions of a national secretariat being established. It was raised the other day as well about regional secretariats being established. There's the First Nations Public Service Secretariat here in BC. There are different mechanisms that can be put in place to support First Nations as they want to build capacity moving forward. And I would argue that even things like the Indigenous Community Support Funding over the last few years with the pandemic has really put communities in the forefront of understanding and dealing with dire situations, and probably have some experience in people that can support them in that transition towards some of the elements of prevention funding. The other piece that we all agree on is that we need to ensure that mechanisms are in place to ensure that the prevention to prevent discrimination from ever occurring again. And so as you've heard a number of references to, there are very robust discussions about an alternate dispute settlement mechanism that would address disputes between the parties potentially, but also that those who receive funding, whether that's communities, agencies, or let's say in the case of Jordan's Principle, individuals, would also have an opportunity that is less onerous than having to go to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, that they could go to a culturally appropriate, Indigenous-led and designed model to address those disputes. So I think, there's a lot of work going on to sort of receive the feedback that the parties have received over the last number of years and wanting to ensure that the security is there. The biggest part, of course, is systems transformation, and Regional Chief TG spoke about this. The colonial legacy is deep-rooted, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to take the bricks out of that wall and to build a new system. And we heard our minister talk, my minister, it's not your minister unless you want her to be your minister, talk about systems transformation, like long-term transformation rather than maybe just reform, because it is really something more significant required. I see one of those elements being us responding to the CHRT orders with regards to renegotiating the agreements with provinces and the Yukon. Again, those were bilateral agreements that were frozen in time, that did not have, principles to guide the review of them, to include First Nations as full partners, and we need to ensure that we work on renewing those. And you heard a panel yesterday, Angela was on it, as were others, speaking to the need for us to redo that. And I would like to acknowledge that we are joined here by a provincial delegation. We've got Minister Dean, and I think I saw Allison in the back, and various others here, and want to thank them for their ongoing collaboration in this as well, because ensuring that kids that live on reserve, whether they are served by the province or by an agency, we need to ensure that they are getting the same comparable services. So we are wanting to ensure that the funding to the provinces allows for that. The other piece in systems transformation that I think is significant, and I think Stuart alluded to it, is the role of First Nations now in the delivery of services, or in making choices of how the services are going to be delivered through this process. I think is extremely significant. And I also have responsibility for the implementation of the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. And having that enhanced role now for First Nations, I think also is a really important building block to supporting communities that want to move forward under the Act. And so that is extremely important. The other piece in terms of systems transformation is that an expert advisory committee at Dr. Blackstock's behest has been established, that is co-chaired by the Caring Society, the AFN, and our Associate Deputy Minister at ISK. And it's really looking at what are the fundamental barriers, obstacles, policies that have led to this discrimination, and trying to ensure that we are addressing them so that the discrimination does not occur again. I already mentioned the National Secretariat and the Regional Secretariats, but again, those are part of systems transformation as well, and ensuring that, that service providers have additional capacity and supports to help them in their work. And then I'll touch very quickly on Jordan's Principle, just to say that that is, as Stuart was also indicating, an area where there is more work required. But certainly in British Columbia, there's been a lot of work to address a number of issues. One is that, ensuring that there's systems coordinators that are more available, service coordinators, sorry, that are available to try and support those that are wanting to make requests. And the return of the back to basics approach has ensured that there's been a much broader, much faster approvals, higher numbers of approvals, and higher number of funding that is going out the door. So there's lots of work in this regard as well, and certainly there's a recognition that over time, the programs, the gaps in programs that have led to Jordan's Principle being in place need to fundamentally be addressed as well. So I say all of this because all of this work is also in the context of the Government of Canada investing significantly in housing, water, infrastructure, education, post-secondary education, income assistance, and other areas. Because as we all know, we have to deal with those broader social determinants of health to ultimately ensure that communities are properly supported in their leadership roles. So I will stop there. I know that you have all been super patient and are probably keen for coffee, and I'm moving on to the other agenda, but I really appreciate seeing many of you again and having this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We do have time, a few minutes for Q&A. I hope that the information that you've heard this morning from our esteemed panel here did answer some of the questions that you might have had. So we're going to have a time for a Q&A. We'll go to mic 1. Please respect the time for questions. Thank you.
Is this mic 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to acknowledge the Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish First Nation for having us here to do our important work for our children and families. Want to acknowledge the elder who shared the prayer, And just thank all of you for being here and for the panel that we have in front of us. I have a couple questions, and maybe my first one is for Cindy Woodhouse. And I've heard both of the AFN representatives talk about that they're, that in terms of the compensation and discrimination that's going to be for every child. So will the AFN fight for all the children and families who suffered Canada's discrimination? And will the AFN ensure they all receive compensation? I've heard you say that you're going to do that, but I'm just wondering how you will do that.
Thank you for the question, Chief. Absolutely. It's important that we work towards making sure, that there's 300,000 kids out there waiting for compensation. We have to continue to negotiate, and we have to continue to sit at those tables together, united, and try and find an agreement to make sure that that we're getting that money out there.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I did. And this is for Stuart. It looks like the final settlement agreement plugs some of the gaps in the CHRT compensation order but it also creates new gaps. Why would the AFN allow any gaps?
Well, to answer that, we weren't trying to create gaps. We're just trying to redirect some funds. For instance, one of the divergences in a tribunal's order and the compensation, for instance, would be a deceased family. So if you're a child that unfortunately becomes deceased before you get compensation, or even before you apply compensation, your state can apply for it. But when it comes to a parent, if they became deceased, what we did is, rather than have that money go into their estate and then it's dispersed pursuant to a will, or there's a fight amongst family members of who gets that money, what we did is that money would have been redirected to the top-ups that we were looking at. So it would have gone to the children in any event. So that's what we were trying to do. We tried to explain that to the tribunal. So, there are some divergences like that. We didn't mean to actually cut anybody off or disentitle anybody, but clearly the tribunal didn't agree with us. But that's the way we tried to structure the agreement. So it wasn't really about saying that, they're not going to get anything. It's about ensuring that the children get the lion's share of the compensation, because they're the ones that were ripped from their families.
Can I expand on that? I just want to be really, really clear. At the beginning, I talked about truth. There's one thing that was miscommunicated. There isn't an expiry. There's not a threat of us losing that money. We definitely heard that from Canada as well. In fact, it's in their presentation. The other piece, too, is that evidence informed. I think you must go back to all the supporting documents and look at the evidence that it was the Caring Society, along with AFN, that actually pushed for compensation. We also went back to court to not just get 20,000, but 40,000. So let's look at what's on paper there. I also wanted to say that the bottom line is that the tribunal ordered compensation to be paid to the victims. They did not give AFN authority to give that away. That's already entrenched. What the society has always said, just do that. That's a baseline. Whatever over and above, we're absolutely going to support it, but the very base of what the human rights ordered is what we're saying to be paid out. I just want to be really clear with that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, for the record, I'm Deb Foxcroft, Sishot Council member, but I'm a proxy for Chief Ken Watts. And I just wanted to say that in our territory, which is New Chonlith, we have 14 First Nations. And they're the ones that and we were the first delegated agency in British Columbia. And our chiefs are the ones that delegated to us to be able to do this work. So the chiefs are giving us directions within the USMA Chonlith Child and Family Service. So I just wanted to say that we do get direction from our chiefs. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Just for your information, Cindy had to go catch a flight. Busy, but she's left her contact info at fncaringssociety.com if you want to reach her. Please do. And we have staff over here. If you have any questions, you could share with them to pass on to her. I will go to Regional Chief.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you all on behalf of the First Nations Leadership Council, for accepting this invitation to come to this panel. R.C. Woodhouse, Cindy Blackstock, Stuart, Catherine, Mary. More of a question to perhaps Stuart and Catherine is that at this point, when we passed that resolution the other day to have this judicial review, I think we need to be clear that it's just a placeholder. And I think when we discussed that at the AFN, I'm not sure about if Minister Haidu said that yesterday, that at this point we're a bit hamstrung because we had that 30 days from the CHRT ruling, and there was a point in whether we're going to, do we stay in there and appeal it or not? I'd rather have us in the room than not. The other piece to this is the fact that I think it's really important to be clear about that. And also moving forward, are there any scheduled negotiation dates? Because at the AFN too, we also said that we're going to continue to negotiate. We're going to continue to try to resolve these issues rather than going to court. And the other piece to this too is that we haven't, delegates here need to know that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, we only got the shortened version. The full version hasn't been released yet. And is there any idea when the full version of the CHRT will be released? So in the next month, end of January, February? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. You're quite right. The JR that the Assembly First Nations did file is a placeholder. We clearly don't have a decision yet, full decision from the tribunal. So we were looking at ensuring that our ability to look at it and contest it if we need to later on remains valid. As far as negotiations, we had some initial discussions right after the tribunal released its summary decision, and we are looking at how best to move forward. There are a number of options we're considering. Clearly we need to look at that, but a lot of that will be driven as well by the decision of the panel. But all the parties, including Canada, remain committed to developing a process and to get compensation out, so we're looking at ways to do that. The other thing I should mention is because the CHRT said we're not going to vary our orders in any way, it's quite clear that with respect to negotiations, that the tribunal's orders are going to be the floor. So if we meet those requirements, then really there's no need to go back to the tribunal or to negotiate those components. It really is all the additional top-ups that we want to ensure that those children get. So we are working with class counsel and the representative plaintiffs on those discussions. So there's a little bit of work to be done, but again, we are trying to get this out as quick as possible, and we are looking at various ways of doing that, in which case we'll be going back to the executive committee of the AFN to make recommendations. Just keep in mind, AFN is only one party to this litigation. There's 7 other plaintiffs in it. So it's not only controlled by the AFN.
Thank you. Well, we'll go to Mike 3.
Just a comment and an expression of gratitude. Marilyn Charlie Boy again from Citadel. I work on the ground in my community with community members, and a lot of times we really worry about what's going on up above with funding and stuff, because we've been, so long that funding was given according to what somebody else thought we needed, and now we're able to grow our own programs and grow our own services in our community. And I am constantly in contact back home with people I work with, and I keep telling them, as long as Mary TG's up there and she's kick-ass, we're going to be okay. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go to 1, 1, and then 3, or 2. 1, 1.
Hello, my name's Terrence Paul. I'm also a proxy for Chief Leah Stump from Nasco First Nations. I'd like to acknowledge the prayer this morning from the elder and the hard work the First Nations Leadership Council are doing, and acknowledge all the work that's been put into this whole process. And I'm very grateful for where we're going with this, because we have also suffered great amounts of hardships from federal policies, provincial policies, and policies against Indigenous peoples across the country. First off, I'd like to look at the word reconciliation. Reconciliation, the word itself assumes there were previous relationships where there was none. And we are trying to rebuild our lives, our laws, our culture and heritages, our values and beliefs. And we are doing it under policy choices that still exist, that contribute to poverty, overcrowding, famine, suicide, violence, child abuse, violence against Indigenous women. These are all policy choices by the federal government that's entrenched into the Indian Act and all policies against Indigenous peoples. And from what I've seen in the last couple of days, I've seen the federal government offloading its fiduciary responsibilities to the provincial governments. I hear talks of millions of dollars, thousands of dollars. But the document I read yesterday, it says that the provincial governments will maintain authority over child services on Indigenous children. And we're talking about the role of First Nations. When feds are offloading their fiduciary responsibilities to the provincial governments, where do we fit in when we are talking about the role of First Nations people? That's discrimination. And we're talking about evidence-based approaches to compensations. The Indian Act itself is evidence. All the underfunding that we are facing on a daily basis, the poverty we face on a daily basis, that's evidence. Where are we going to go next with all this? When the governments are still doing fancy dances around our culture and heritage, our values and beliefs. So again, let's look at the word reconciliation. We assume that the governments are going to recognize our values and beliefs, culture and heritages, our languages, our connections to our lands. When the word reconciliation is what they use now as a means to maintain ongoing discriminations on Indigenous peoples. It is now a word that's being used against us again. Like, let's look at the prevention funding. That never existed before. And then they're saying reconciliation. The word reconciliation assumes there were previous relationships. And that's what I mean then. They're using that word against us now. And if we are going to move further on this whole process, we're going to look at, like you mentioned earlier, we are fighting industry on our lands, wildlife, oil and gas, forestry, and all these different programs and different resource extraction methods that are happening on our territories. All their policies and directives and narratives, they have no respect for each other. And that's the problem I see within our offices. The guiding principles and everything that come with all these programs, healthcare, childcare, education, social development, all those policies and reporting guidelines, they show no respect for each other also. And this also influences poverty and underfunding in our communities. So if we're going to look at where we're going with this, maybe we should have another look at the word reconciliation. Let's look at new realizations and start really establishing policies that have never existed before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to continue with our speakers. In the interest of time, some of our guests have flights. I know some of you are all busy too, but thank you. Let's continue with the speakers. Mike 1.
Hantla. Yerekshin 1 and Jawan Squash Lee Spahan Cook Bivin Slatku. Hello and good morning, everyone. Lee Spahan, Chief of the Coldwater Band. Thank you to the elder for the prayer, and thank you for the 3 First Nations for allowing us to do this important work in their house. Just a little frustrated, I guess, not seeing all the information. A message to the First Nations Leadership Council is to try to get this information out to us prior to the meeting. I spoke with the girls at the front desk, and this is a request to the presenters to make sure that that information is shared with us. We'd also like to see that information that's being talked about at the AFN and the CHRT level as well too. And it was frustrating to watch Minister Haydu yesterday talk about this and how Canada is moving forward with this. Good to see you again, Catherine. A message to go back to Minister Haydu. We'd like to meet with her, but also to remind Canada, every child matters. Cookstrom.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go to Mike 2, Cheryl Casimir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kisukyukit Kapiniskit, who Sikif Kuknino Samietki, Cheryl Casimir, Political Executive with the First Nations Summit, wanting to acknowledge the Elder for the prayer to start us off in a good way, and again, thanking and acknowledging the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam for allowing us to do this important work on their land. I have a couple of questions I believe will be directed, unfortunately, to you, Catherine, as an officer of the Crown, as well as to the AFN. On October 28th, Leadership Council did write a letter to the Prime Minister outlining some concerns related to the CHRT and the proceedings. At that time, we did recommend that Canada set aside the $20 billion into a trust. And you've heard that being raised and recommended by other participants here at the forum today and previous days, and I think that it is worth an answer in terms of whether that's going to even happen or not. Secondly, in the letter that we sent, we also we recommended that Canada take the steps to fully satisfy the tribunal orders and to work with the related parties to amend the FSA, which would include all categories of victims. And we've heard you've heard us express concern about some of the categories of children and families being carved out of the agreement, and we wanted to make sure that they were all put back into the agreement and included inclusively. The other recommendation was that Cindy Blackstock be added to the negotiating team. So those are recommendations that are coming from the province of British Columbia, the First Nations, that the Leadership Council represents those interests on a collective basis, but keeping in mind, though, that we are not the title and rights holders. So I think it's safe to say that we are really concerned and disappointed in the fact that it's now gone back to another judicial review, and we had hoped that the parties would have been able to just work towards satisfying the CHRT's orders in a negotiated manner as opposed to having to go back to court again. So just really want to go on record saying how disappointed we are with that, but we don't want to lose sight about the importance of this whole agreement and the importance that it has in communities, particularly with the children and the families that are involved. So I don't know if you received this letter, but we did copy AFN as well and other ministries. So just letting you know, and just letting the delegation here know that the Leadership Council did follow up on the recommendations that were put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. We'll go to Mike 3.
Good morning. My name is Sherlyn Willie. I am with the Wikinew Nation. I just have some comments on the compensation. How do we support our children and our families with financial management to handle the money that they're going to receive? I have several family members who received compensation who could have used financial management. Another comment is the parents of the children in care are likely children of the survivors of Indian Residential School, and so could have used parenting skills. I also want to comment on the prevention funding that everyone is working on, and I'm really grateful for that. If MCFD or the government can offer prevention funding, why don't they offer I think you called it the post-majority, what did you call it? The post-care, so children who aged out. How many children have aged out from 1991 to 2022? And if we can offer prevention funds, why can't we offer post-care? Because the children have lost a sense of security, a sense of love and kindness, life skills, and we need to continue to support them. And if it means creating another program or a department to do that, then let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I could say this is the last speaker on mic 1.
Yeah, I just got asked to ask a question from our health and wellness team over there. The question was wanted clarity around the infrastructure funds, as in the prevention funding, understanding it's not allowed, and how are we to build long-term capacity building without, the offices and space and infrastructure to do that. But I also wanted to say, I think Regional Chief did ask clarity around timelines and the negotiating processes, and what does it really mean going back to judicial review. I've heard 3 or 4 different interpretations. It means this, it means that. So I even heard that from Cindy, what it meant. So I really need to leave this meeting, go into our regional sessions with a clarity of what does that mean, so that our nations, our regional sessions, we could be clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I have a question that came in. Any thoughts on developing an interim payment for individuals? And if so, what that might look like? That's the last question. We'll turn to the panel for any response.
How about I start first, because I was last, and then we'll end. Does that work for folks? I'll try and be quick. But I, want to acknowledge that both Regional Chief TG and Cook P. Wilson asked some questions about the compensation side of it. So first of all, I mean, as we said before, the fact that we don't have a full decision means that legally it is prudent to put in a judicial review in order to open up the options on it. But what the minister said yesterday and in her statement as well is that there are areas of agreement on those that the CHRT has indicated met their orders, and we would like to move as quickly as possible in getting that funding out the door while we look at how to address the issues around the 4 groups that are called derogations, right, that are different from what was proposed. So we are committed to trying to work that through. As she said as well yesterday, we are committed to trying to negotiate this through, but there are some elements that may require some clarification on what the CHRT has ordered. With regards to other points, quickly, certainly Chief Spahan, I will once again take your request to meet with the minister forward to our minister, so she's aware that you would like to meet with her. Cheryl, yes, I am aware of the letter that you sent to the Prime Minister. I'm sure he would probably rather be here than at the Emergency Measures panel that he's at, the Emergency Measures Act panel that inquiry that he's been at today. But certainly we have received that and we'll look at it. The issue of the $20 billion in trust is a complicated piece. So a trust is usually established when you've already set all the conditions for it, and you can establish a trust and that it is there to administer what you've negotiated. So it is a difficult piece to consider when the terms of what the trust is supposed to cover have not in fact yet been fully worked out. So we've certainly heard the request, and Stuart, I'm sure that there's lots of active discussions on this issue, but I'm not able to provide any clarity on that piece, but know that we have heard it repeatedly from various groups. And and on the capital issue, capital is available now. It is under a CHRT order as well. There's been about $10 million of capital that's been improved to BBC so far, for all the way from design to the full implementation and construction of offices or sites where services need to take place. So if people want to submit those, they can speak to Angela McCarthy or to others in the region. And again, as I always say as well, don't worry about whether or not you think it fits under Jordan's Principle or CFS. We will work that out behind the scenes. So if there are capital needs for either of them, please just submit them and we will work as quickly as possible with you to support them. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
All right, I think I'll try to answer some of these questions as well. I agree with your comments on reconciliation. I mean, clearly, if we're going to engage in a process of reconciliation, there has to be a willing partner from the federal government to engage in those discussions full-heartedly. With respect to the comment on getting information out to the chiefs prior to this, I'm meeting with you. The AFN agrees with that, and we have actually asked the parties to the negotiations if we can share a copy of the rolling draft of the settlement agreement and make it available to First Nation chiefs across Canada. The AFN has not received the consent of some of the parties on that. This is all under litigation privilege. The settlement agreement itself is under litigation privilege, so we technically can't share it. So we are seeking the consent of all the parties for us to share it with all the chiefs. Until we get that, we're sort of, our hands are tied. So you have your commitment from Canada, from the AFN, to get you a copy of the settlement agreement as much as possible. And of course, as that's updated, we want to ensure that that rolls out as well, and that's provided to you. With respect to the $20 billion trust fund, that is a difficult question. There has to be some mechanism for that, but the long short answer is our friends from Canada are looking for, how should we say, some certainty. People aren't going to pay a blank check into a trust fund where they can continue to be sued by individuals. So this goes with any defendant. I mean, it's wrong. I agree with that. It's something I don't like. But legally, I mean, if you're being sued by somebody and you give them money without strings attached, they can continue suing you. And that's the difficulty I see, which is it's problematic. And again, we don't like that. We think that the compensation should be paid out. But we are discussing these parameters, and we want to ensure that there are some mechanisms to ensure that the compensation be paid. On the comment about the settlement agreement carving out individuals, the final settlement agreement that the NGAFA negotiated doesn't carve anybody out. In some respects, in 4 respects, it sort of reduces the amount of compensation they were entitled to, but it didn't carve them out. The only ones that would be carved out would be the deceased members of the family class. As I mentioned, that money would be rolled over. But the other thing to note is that the settlement agreement includes a lot of people. For instance, when it comes to Jordan's principle, those people that are covered under the tribunal's decision would receive $40,000. But there may be other individuals that were denied Jordan's principle, and they may not have been entitled to Jordan's principle to begin with. The settlement agreement provides them with compensation up to amount of $20,000. So these are people that would not get compensation to begin with, and it provides a mechanism to ensure that, you know, at least most people can get something. So I don't want people to get confused as saying that, you know, with Jordan's principle, some people are going to get less. Those people covered under this tribunal's orders, under our process, the settlement agreement, would have gotten the $40,000. Those people that may not have been entitled to it, and again, one of the Trout class is a class example, that's part of our settlement agreement. These are people from 1991 to 2007. Right now, they're statute barred. They could not get compensation, period. We are providing mechanisms where those individuals will get some form of compensation. It won't be the full $40,000, but they'll get up to $20,000. And again, it's better than nothing. So, you know, there is some miscommunications on, you know, what the settlement agreement does, but rest assured that we want to ensure that whoever is covered in the tribunal's orders would get the floor. A couple more things. The financial management. We agree with your comments. I mean, this is a difficult question. We had discussions at the table, and I can't get into particulars of it. But if the tribunal ordered compensation, the $40,000 with strings attached, you must get financial literacy, you must invest the money, you must do this. That would be in itself discriminatory. Why does every other Canadian get compensation full outright, and First Nations people have to go through these hoops in order to get compensation? That is fundamentally racist and discriminatory. So that is one of the issues that we had. So what we did in both the CHRT process and the final settlement agreement is we built in structures so financial literacy will be there. People can talk to investment people how to invest their money. That is there. It's not mandatory. It's voluntary. There's also other supports, mental health supports, other services that individuals can access to ensure that they have proper supports, that the sharks don't come out after them. We know what happened in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement with people trying to take their money. You see that in other settlement agreements as well. And we want to do our best to ensure that that activity stops, or at least it's minimized. So we've built in a number of supports in both the compensation order and the CHRT process and the settlement agreement to address those. With respect to infrastructure timelines. Timelines, it's going to be difficult for us to provide you with timelines. We don't have any control over when the tribunal is going to issue its decisions. Sometimes they were fairly quick. They rendered a decision in 6 months. In some cases, it took them up to 2 years to render a decision. So it's a moving target. But what I can tell you is we are in negotiations still. We are discussing, having discussions with our friends to see how best we can get compensation rolling out as soon as possible. But as far as timelines, I mean, we filed our judicial reviews. Those are basically placeholders. Once the decision comes out, we'll look at that, but it doesn't stop us from negotiating a settlement. And this is one of the important aspects as well that we kind of find hard with the tribunal. All the courts, all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, have said, they issued a decision and said, negotiate. So that's what we did. We have a decision from the tribunal. We tried negotiating a process. And the tribunal basically said, we don't care about your negotiations. We have our orders, they stand. So what does that tell us as far as, the jurisprudence out there? If you have a land claim agreement and you win, that's saying you're entitled to that land, and negotiate, a settlement of that. And the courts come back saying, I don't care what you settled, our orders stand. It really is kind of a peculiar in some respects. So there's that. But with respect to the interim payments, I mean, that's something that is, okay. I'll leave that to Regional Chief to answer that. But
Thank you. We'll go to Cindy.
Thank you, and thanks for having us here again today. I guess just when it comes to, the 20 billion, I'll say this, my own Manitoba Chiefs are asking us to put that into trust. Of course, that's something that will, there's the legal process, which you're hearing today, but there's also the political process. And I know my colleague, Regional Chief TG, is here, and we're talking to those politicians every single day, the Prime Minister's office, the Federal Minister's office, to try and get this right, because we know that the time is ticking. There's deadlines at the end of this year, and we have to work really hard, each and every one of us together, and be united. It worries me a little bit. You see certain people on the news in this country that want to be Prime Minister. Currently, the Liberals are being upheld by the NDP federally, and what if tomorrow that falls, and this entire process fumbles? We've seen that through the Kelowna Accord and other major pieces that many of us were working on. A new government comes in and everything is off the table and back to the starting board. And so I worry about that on time. I know that my own family and I have little girls at home that don't have parents that aren't going to have anything if we don't work together. And so I find it absolutely crucial that going into the Special Chiefs Assembly, that if we can try and have one united resolution from each and every one of us pulled together. I look to you, my dear friend here. I know, let's pull something together that's united, that we tell Canada this is what we want and this is how we're going to do it. And so I'll be here. Please call me at any time. Janelle's here. I'll get her to leave a few cards if you need to contact me, reach our office. But I know that we think that we think that there some people may suggest that there's a lot of time out there. We're not sure of that. We don't know what governments will do if government ever falls, and so we need to work together to get this solution, get this right, and get it done right quickly. So miigwech, thank you.
Mary?
Thanks. I'll be quick if I can. I just would like to just to reiterate the speaker that talked about reconciliation. I've never really cared for that word. I believe there's other RE words, reparation, redress, that we ought to be concentrating on. In fact, you can't have reconciliation. You're absolutely right. What we need to do is build a conciliatory relationship to begin with. I just wanted to, again, when it comes to the supports and the financial management from the previous speaker and the question, and absolutely that has always been a priority for us. In fact, as soon as we won the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and we convened the National Advisory Committee for Child and Family Service Long-Term Reform, which was ordered, we did work on what the youth themselves are saying, what supports they do have, what do they need. Don't forget, we also have post-majority at actual cost within the agreement, so those dollars could be utilized to support those ones that are going to get the compensation. And definitely across the country, and especially my leadership, very concerned about we don't want to happen what happened with the residential school funding. I did have a question. One of the leaders had asked to be very clear, to be transparent on what are the lawyers going to be making off the compensation. What is the AFN lawyer, Stuart, you're there for the compensation. We have Diane Corbière, who also owns the law firm that is one of the law firms to benefit from the compensation, and yet she's an AFN lawyer. That needs to be clarified, and hopefully we'll have really clear responses at the Special Chiefs Assembly. And I think it's just really important right now. We talk about, that there is a 20 billion. We know for sure that that's already protected. I don't think that our children deserve anything less than the utmost best evidence, best information that we have. and we need to ensure that that is what's guiding our negotiations. And yes, we can do that expeditiously, but we have to be careful, because this, again, it's the one time that we're going to do this. Anything could happen tomorrow. Yes, there could be an election, but definitely we know that these funding, Canada has said it, that that funding is protected. So I don't want us to be doing shoddy work at the expense of our children, because we have to ensure that not only discrimination ends, but it never happens again. And I'm definitely, the society, myself as a NAC representative, I'm committed to doing that, to ensure substantive equality for all our children. Masai.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I just wanted to say this, kind of reading this and other groups that we've been in session with, it's unsettling for our people, our chiefs and our leaders to see there might be a little differences in terms of the groups that are representing us in different stages of this work. It is unsettling. We don't want to pick sides. We're on the side of the children. And then we come away at the end of the day, and we're so grateful for the work that you do. And we're grateful that you're strong people doing the work to try and solve this big issue for our children. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we have a gift for you here. A memento of the day that you spend with us. Haichka siem nesiaya siemen squalo ni kunete huala ptata stalekat ni nanam smokswait siem nesiaya quite realte. We're worried about this so much, and we are turning to you to bring it to the. We're close to the finish on this thing, I think, and stay strong and finish strong. Haichka.
Hey, sit. Here, let's get a picture. Hey, you guys, look over here. Cindy.
I got in there. Five. 8-minute break. We'll take an 8-minute break and we'll come back to another panel. 8 minutes. Not 7 or 8 or 10 or 15. 8 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We need to get started again. Okay, thank you. We're going to call our next panel's up to the front here. Alison Bond, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Children and Family Development. Honorable Mitzi Dean, Minister of Children and Family Development. Please come up to front here. Thank you. So thank you, delegates, for accommodating a quick break that we needed to take. We do have our guests now here up at the panel, and we're going to go directly to Minister Dean.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm so honoured to be here today on the Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh territory. I'm very humbled to be here in this room with so many wise and experienced people. Thank you, Ray, and thank you to the esteemed elder for the prayer this morning, starting us off in such a good way as well. Tian Nasque, Nasne Mitzi Dean. I'm so honoured to be the Minister of Children and Family Development here in British Columbia. I go by she, her pronouns, and I just spoke a little bit in the Lekwungen language to show my appreciation and respect for the land where I am very honoured to live and work, the land of the Lekwungen people, now known as the Songhees and Esquimalt. And I have the honour and the duty of representing them in the legislature as well, and I also represent Chanu Nation too. As I say, it's an amazing room here full of so many Indigenous leaders, delegates from Indigenous communities across the province gathered here today. I recognise the traditional territories that you've all travelled from here as well, and I want to offer my respect for the elders and the hereditary chiefs, the matriarchs and the knowledge keepers who are here today. Thank you so much to the First Nations Leadership Council for inviting us here to have an opportunity to speak with you. I'm here with Deputy Minister Alison Bond. What we're going to do today is to provide an overview of the Indigenous Self-Government in Child and Family Services Amendment Act. And I know that we've been waiting for some time to gather, and I'm just so glad that we finally have the opportunity. And Alison has even been hugging. She told me. So she's been, she's in denial now, but she's been spotting people around the room that she hasn't seen in over 2, maybe 3 years. So it's really lovely for us all to be gathered. It's a real pleasure for me as well to see so many familiar faces and friendly faces in the room too. And of course, today and yesterday, you know, the really important subject of children and families and child welfare is what we're gathered here to focus on. And you've had some really important discussions. I've seen your agenda. I've seen you've had some very highly esteemed people here talking to you. I was really pleased to be able to be here and listen to the panel earlier on today as well, and regional Chief TG earlier on this morning. So I feel, a real honour being here in this company. And it's an opportunity for me as well to say thank you, Heitke, for all of your work. I know we're all here working together, but when everybody goes back to their homes and their territories, there's more work, and there's a lot of work to be doing. So I raise my hands to everybody, especially at this time, and this is a really important time because things are changing. There are different opportunities now, and there are different things happening. And so it's really important that we gather together and, as people have already said, that we do this work really well, because it makes a difference for children and youth and families now and for generations to come as well. So, for example, yesterday, our legislation that we're here to talk to you about received royal assent at the end of the day. Okay, I might cry again now. And it's been a really long week. It was really intense this week. We did over 15 hours in committee stage. So we were questioned. I have a fabulous team of people who were providing me with information so that I was able to stand up and answer in response to the questions that we received. The bill had 62 clauses, and so that took that over 15 hours to get through that in committee stage. And so it was very significant for all of us in the room when we had the final vote and we knew we were sending it back to the House for royal assent. No amendments. So I want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved in the creation of that legislation. There was a lot of collaboration gone into creating that legislation, and so I hold my hands up not just to the ministry staff but to everybody who is involved. And I know we were keeping nations up to date and reporting on progress through the whole of the process as well, and we want to keep doing that. We want to keep working in partnership with nations and with leadership, Indigenous leadership as well, as we continue to do our work, because we're not finished. We have much more work to do. But it was really peculiar then. I don't know if any of you have ever watched royal assent. Obviously, it's televised in the legislature. So we passed a lot of legislation in this fall session. And so the Lieutenant Governor comes in, takes the Speaker's chair, and it's the clerk who reads out the names of all the pieces of legislation. So our legislation was just one in actually quite a long list. And all the Lieutenant Governor does is she nods her head. And that's how she gives royal assent. And then the clerk turns around and says, the Lieutenant Governor doth assent to these bills. Well, it's no surprise to everybody in this room. That's the history of the colonized systems. But anyway, we were just very, very, very moved and very, very pleased that the legislation has been passed. And then we come here today to talk to you about it. And I know I'm between you guys and lunch as well, so I am. Oh, actually, Alison will be between you guys and lunch. So, and you've had a lot of people talking to you. So I will crack on, but I'm just so happy to be here with you today, especially at this moment in time. So it's been my honour and privilege to be the Minister of Children and Family Development for a couple of years now. And I've heard directly from communities and leadership on how we can, and obviously we must, transform the child welfare system. I've been part of some pretty difficult conversations, but I really appreciate that. It's only through candid discussion, through open and honest dialogues, truth, as it was spoken about earlier on, that I've heard how we must work together to truly bring about change. And as my colleague Melanie Mark reminds me, for true reconciliation, we all need to be paddling together. And our government is committed to reconciliation, and nowhere is this work more important than in the area of child and family services. And I frequently remind my colleagues that the first of the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation report are all to do with child welfare. So we know that this is fundamental work that we need to be doing, and we need to be doing it together. And as Regional Chief TG said this morning, child welfare can be difficult to talk about. But as other presenters have said, we need to make sure that no child is left behind. We know that the harms of the colonial system of the so-called residential schools and the Sixties Scoop continue in the current child welfare system. This is evident in the tragic overrepresentation of Indigenous children and youth in the care system. Less than 10% of the population, while they're less than 10% of the population, Indigenous children and youth represent 68% of the children in care. That's a crisis. That's why in our Declaration Act Action Plan, we commit to end the epidemic of Indigenous children in government care. And although we're now seeing the lowest number of Indigenous children and youth in care in over 20 years, we know that we have more to do. But we have started to make change through improvements to supports for extended families and changes to legislation. And we've seen an increase in the number of Indigenous children and youth being placed into the care of family members or friends of the family, but at least they're staying connected to family and community and culture. And we know that that's really significant for improved outcomes. And we actually had a policy, somebody was speaking earlier on today about poverty being used as a tool for removing children and bringing them into care. We've had a policy in the ministry that is not to happen, and that is now in our legislation. So we're absolutely committed to making changes in the system. And we've also made changes to the way that we support youth who are transitioning to adulthood as well. And I heard many calls to action earlier on for government to be doing that as well. So we announced in Budget 2022 a new financial supplement for young people leaving government care and transitioning to adulthood, improved access to transition workers. Young people have said that to us, that they need someone to help them. It's even if government puts out policies, young people actually want somebody to help them navigate that and create the best package for them. Enhanced life skills, cultural and mental health programs, and better medical benefits, and a no-limit earnings exemption. That's in place now. We've made that change already. And we've just had the first intake for a new rental supplement. And of those rental supplements, 50% will go to Indigenous children and youth, at least. And these new and increased supports will be available up to the age of 27. This is the first time that the province has created this, a suite of services that young people are able to access to meet their needs, and in recognition that they need to be able to create their own pathway and take into account the trauma that they have experienced as well. I mean, not only for those of us in the room who are parents or who support young people, we wouldn't just say to a child, oh, you've turned 19, you're on your own now. It's a process. It happens incrementally. You want to support young people to be independent and to thrive, but it doesn't happen overnight. We need time and we need those supports to help young people to do that in the way that they want. We know they can do it. We know they have the potential. We believe in them, and we want to put those supports in place so that they can fulfill their dreams. And there is more to do, and that must include working in partnership with First Nations when developing programs and services that impact First Nations people. And it includes how we as a ministry need to get out of the way of those First Nations who want to exercise their inherent jurisdiction over child welfare. Over the past couple of years, I've actually been really excited to travel about the province and meet with some of you, and I raise my hands and say thank you for all the invitations that I've received. It really is a pleasure. I really appreciate being welcomed by nations onto your territory. And then I can hear directly from you as well about what your vision is for your children, youth and families, and how we can work together to ensure that children, youth and families do have the supports and services that they need to thrive, delivered for your children and families in the way that you want for your communities. So we're absolutely committed to working with you to find that pathway forward. But I also want to acknowledge that while we have been making some progress in providing better supports and services, our laws have remained fundamentally colonial in orientation. There's a bias towards the removal of children and youth from their families, instead of being focused on prevention and offering supports. So that's why passing this law yesterday is so significant. It really is a step in changing British Columbia's child welfare legislation to embed the objectives of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and to be able to focus on keeping families together and to keep them safely together. So Deputy Minister Alison Bond is going to speak to the details of the Act, but I'm just going to share a bit of a high-level overview. What the Act does is it reduces the barriers to Indigenous jurisdiction over Indigenous child, youth and family services in British Columbia. And it enables Indigenous governing bodies to administer your own laws regarding these services. So with these changes, British Columbia will be the first province to recognise an inherent right of self-government expressly in provincial legislation specific to child and family services, and the first province in the country to align with the historic federal legislation, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families. Most importantly, what this legislation is going to do is end the over-intrusion of government into the lives of Indigenous families. And that will lead to positive outcomes for Indigenous children, youth and families across British Columbia. So as we continue our journey together to change the Child, Family and Community Service Act, we're going to continue working in partnership, working together, and making sure that we continually engage with you. Your voice is absolutely critical in reforming provincial child welfare legislation and decolonising the child welfare system. And I look forward to our shared conversations on this. And we know that funding is a key question for many communities who are looking to exercise jurisdiction. And so with our partnership at the Tripartite Working Group, we're also on the path to developing a fiscal framework. I know you heard about the beginning of this work yesterday, and this is one of our commitments under the Declaration Act Action Plan, and it will help to provide the accountability that First Nations have been asking for. We know that we need a framework that will be consistent, transparent, and accountable. So we're working in partnership with representatives from First Nations Leadership Council and Canada to begin this really important work. And as this work progresses, we'll continue our partnership with you and engaging with you. We know that there is much more work to do, and as I've said, this can be really difficult work. But I want to reiterate, and it's such a pleasure to be here with you all today, to be able to reiterate to all of you that I and our government are absolutely committed to this work. We're committed to building your trust and working together as we transform the system. Now is the time to make these important, fundamental, systemic changes. Now is the time to build on our partnerships and to work together to achieve the vision that we share, which is for First Nations children and youth and families to fulfill their potential and to thrive. So thank you again for inviting me to be here, especially at this time, and I look forward to our journey paddling together. HK.
Time check.
Time check.
Like I've got 10 minutes to do a 40-minute presentation, so I guess we got to rock and roll. I'm Allison Bond. As the minister said, I'm very grateful to be here and honored to be able to speak to you here today on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. Thanks to the organizers for inviting us. This is historic legislation, and I really don't have enough time to do it justice, so what I'll do is hit some of the high points. Obviously, I'll run through it fairly quickly. I know that there will be questions. There should be questions. And so we'll make sure that you have both a summary of the legislation. I believe you have the slides in your package. And in addition, you'll have contact information. We're more than happy. I've got a terrific team, and they're more than happy to do briefings with any or all of you at any time, individually or together, and answer any questions. So we'll just make sure you have all of that information, because we really don't have time to do justice to this incredibly complex and historic piece of legislation here today. And regardless of the time allocation I have for this, I will have to say this: I cannot thank the people in this room who helped us with this legislation enough. When we started the legislation, we had a very narrow view. We, government, had a very narrow view of the legislation. The narrow view was to enact changes to the legislation in order to facilitate the exercise of jurisdiction under the Federal Act. So that means clear the way. And we had our perspective on what that should look like. And over the course of months, and thanks to the incredible advocacy, impatience, and patience of many of you in this room, we now have a piece of legislation that does so much more than what we thought it was going to do when we started. That was really hard work for all of you that did that work with us. It was hard work for all of us. And while, yes, the result is a historic piece of legislation that serves to decolonize the child welfare system, it also, I need to tell you, that it also served to decolonize the hearts and minds of the people in MCFD. And that work will continue. We already are briefing our frontline social workers on what this means to them and to their everyday work. We're amongst ourselves talking about the very hard work that we have to do to change the culture and approach of all of us in MCFD, myself included. And I thank everyone for the effort that you put into teaching us over the course of that time, and I want to commit to you that you won't have to do that with every ministry or us every single time we're talking about legislation. We will take it upon ourselves to pass on the lessons that we learn to other ministries so that they can understand how this works going forward. So yeah, I'm gonna skip forward now because I have control. So this is context, super important. This is the more important slide though, which is that the content of the legislation actually serves to get MCFD out of the way of Indigenous governing bodies exercising jurisdiction. We had so many restrictions on how social workers need to do their work. That needed to be changed in order for the exercise of jurisdiction to take place. We are actively working at 4 tables with Indigenous governing bodies that want to exercise jurisdiction. They're poised to exercise jurisdiction, and now we are poised to support that work. And that was, as I said, initially when we started, that was the main effort. But there's lots more that's happened. We need to make sure that it's not just about MCFD getting out of the way, but it's also about making sure that children and families stay at the center, that the key legal principles of Jordan's Principle continue to apply, that upholding jurisdiction is about us working together as governments to make sure the children are cared for, but that the Indigenous laws prevail when they have jurisdiction over the children. We are the first jurisdiction in Canada to affirm an inherent right of self-government expressly in provincial legislation. That's a big deal, particularly now. We also did not originally contemplate changes to the Adoption Act, but thanks to the extraordinary advocacy of so many of you, and of course your strong arguments and our agreement ultimately, that UNDRIP needed to be a big part of the work of the Adoption Act, and adoptions in British Columbia and inherent jurisdiction also extends to that. I don't think I have time to go through in detail all of the different provisions. So what I will tell you at a high level is that the changes to the legislation accommodate and accept and bake in the principles that are in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There are a number of articles that it supports, and that's later in the presentation, but I'll let you go through each of those articles in detail. It also brings to life what we promised in the Declaration Act Action Plan, which is to take real action to reduce the overrepresentation of Indigenous children and the over-involvement of the child welfare system in the lives of Indigenous children, youth, and families. It removes barriers to the exercise of jurisdiction, as I said. It establishes an Indigenous child welfare director, which is something that many of you have advocated for decades. And very importantly, there are some legal issues around modern treaty nations, which we have committed to change through treaty amendments, and we are committed to that work. And in the meantime, we've created provisions to ensure that treaty laws can apply off treaty lands. There are provisions, new provisions in the Adoption Act around the alignment, again, with the Declaration and with the Declaration Act and the UN Declaration. This includes the possibility of consent-based decision-making, again, something that has been strongly advocated for over many decades by many of you, the leadership, and certainly the First Nations Leadership Council, regularly asking us to strengthen the ability or create an ability for consent. That's now baked into the Adoption Act. I think I'll keep going if that's all right, having not much time. While originally, as I said, we talked about these provisions being primarily about the exercise of jurisdiction, what you will see in this bill that is now law, which is super exciting, is that there are changes, fundamental changes in the bill that fundamentally shift the culture and approach of the child welfare system in British Columbia that will serve all Indigenous children, youth, and families wherever they live in British Columbia. It is extremely important legislation, and I really strongly recommend that if you haven't had a look at it, that you take a moment to have a look, or at minimum look at the summary, because what it means is our workers will be held to account for the principles in the UN Declaration, whether they're doing adoption or child welfare or any other services. It's extremely important legislation. There are many of you in this room who advocated for much stronger information sharing provisions. The argument, of course, is if you have jurisdiction, you need to have the information, and we agree, and that information is baked into the legislation as well. And joint and consent-based decision-making agreements under the Declaration Act, again, not originally contemplated, but thanks to the work of many of you in this room, is now baked into this legislation as well. We did a lot of work on collaboration, and I'll just say right now that we know it wasn't perfect. It was certainly the most intense effort at co-development of legislation so far in BC, but it wasn't perfect. We'll do it better next time, and we'll do it better the time after that. We continue to send out invitations for consultation. We understand that there continue to be questions and concerns about that, and we commit to continue to improve on how we do this work. Next comes implementation. So the vast majority of the provisions are coming into force by regulation, likely no later than Monday. We also have a few other provisions that need a little additional consultation. I'll give you an example. The Indigenous Child Welfare Director requires that we work with many of you as would like to work with us, on what is the authority that you would like vested in the Indigenous Child Welfare Director, and also to hire them. And so those provisions will come into force once that consultation is complete. Again, we continue to offer briefings, and there are many of you in this room and many other First Nations not in this room who have taken us up on that offer. We continue to do briefings. My team's doing briefings pretty much every day. And of course, we invite any or all of you to support us in the co-development of regulations to support the new act. I did it. 10 minutes. I know why you're clapping.
Thank you. We do have time for a few questions. I really appreciate the panel, the ministers, for accommodating us. And if you have any other information you need to share with us, take the time to do it. But maybe the questions will help. We have mic 3, 1, 2, and 3 again. So mic 3.
Okay, thank you for that. And just a concern, our community falls under Williams Lake, and Williams Lake, and it covers all of west of Williams Lake, which is 6 Tilcotin communities, and then I'm not sure how far it goes south and east. But in the last while, we've had really not good relationships with MCFD on the ground because we've had the workers are not consistent. I don't know if there's a shortage of social workers or it's just the Williams Lake office that's having difficulty retaining social workers, but we've had to work with people who are from places such as Nanaimo coming in, working 7 days in, 7 days out. And so when the needs of our community arise and we need to contact a social worker, they're on their 7 days out. And it's just been a difficult situation, and we're constantly having to retrain social workers that are coming into our community about our culture and what things are like in our community. And it's just been a nightmare for us because these people aren't even from our area and don't understand what things are like. And so I just want to bring that to the forefront for our people because that's what we're dealing with. And it's been a constant. People who are on ministry's radar are working with maybe 5 or 6 different people, and it's a new face every time. And that's not a good way to work with people. You know, we are working towards declaring jurisdiction, but in the meantime, we need to be working hand in hand, and it's not working for us.
Thank you. We'll go to mic 1.
Good morning. I am Rona Brand from Quatsino First Nations up towards the Port Hardy area. I'm just wondering, our nation has not had access to one of the briefings yet, and I'm just wondering how I am able to sign us up for one.
Thank you. Mic 2.
Hi. One of the issues that seems to be cropping up as a gap in the legislation is that of disclosure. UNDRIP Act clearly identifies that we're to be treated as an equal partner in the governing process, and yet when a First Nation comes forward and says, I'd like disclosure of the records, they're like, oh, we can only share it with government. So could we clarify that somehow so that when a nation asks for discovery from the MCFD, they don't have to go get a court order?
Thank you. Mic 3.
I have taken the adoption training through the MCFD, and when I was taking the training, I'm always looking at things through my Janaka lens. And one of the concerns I had was that, you know, you do the cultural plan, you get everybody to sign off on it, and then the adoption goes through. But once the adoption goes through, there's no follow-up or no, you know, if it's non-Indigenous foster parents adopting, you know, like they're not bound by that cultural plan. And I'm just wondering if, you know, in part of your decolonization, that was taken into consideration and if changes were made. The other thing is around the custom adoption. You know, is there provision for indigenous nations to put forward their own standards for custom adoption, because we all have different cultural protocol around that. And so if you have this broad statement in your act around adoption, around cultural adoptions, then, you know, you need to be more specific in that area too. Lajas.
Thank you. We'll go to Mike 1. Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Lee Spahan, Chief Squatter Band. Just a quick question about the Indigenous Director part and what does that entail and how is that going to move forward? And, you know, we need more clarity around that. And so I represent Coldwater Indian Band, and we do have a delegated agency within the Nicola Valley, and it is with 5 bands. So, you know, when you have time, we'd like to invite you out and sit down and talk with you about that. Gukjam, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go to Mike 2. Ladies first.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. My name is Linda Innes. I am the elected chief of the Gitxaala Nation. And I have 2 questions. One is for the ministry. Will the province adopt the CHRT principles? And the second question is, will the province put an order to the workers to stop CCO, the continuing custody orders for First Nations immediately? Because from Gitxaala Nation, I have, as a mother, a grandmother, I've given birth to 2 children. On my band registry, I have 480 children. They're all my children. I need to know where they are, and we need to get a good stronghold on how do we reclaim our children. When we look at the problems we have as First Nations communities, I heard where they don't have delegated agencies, they don't have that support, we don't have the economies of scale. And we are getting our footing. We need time to get our footing, to get the job done right, and we will not consent to any more of our children going into continuing custody. If I was a mother and you took my children away, I would want to die. And that is where I see a lot of our young mothers ending up. And it's such a painful thing to see. I know we have children down in this territory we're looking at reclaiming. And I want to be able to reverse some of those CCA orders for our parents. That has been a big problem for many First Nations. And I know my band has been so underfunded in terms of having that advocacy, even having the legal advocacy for those parents. So there's so many options and areas that we really need to consider, and we need to do it now, not later. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Mike 3. Mike 3, then Mike 1. Mike 3.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne Martin. I'm the chief of the newest band. We're Binche Watan. So again, thank you for inviting us here. It's really been interesting. I was at the swearing in at the legislative in October. Great words, great event, but this jurisdiction word keeps confusing everybody. Who has the jurisdiction? I really feel that we should be fighting the jurisdiction for the kids and families. Again, like, this is all for them, so as chief and council, we should be honoring the process, and again, fighting for these kids, and again, the jurisdiction piece, like, everybody's working on that, but it should be recognized that it's the kids' jurisdiction.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Mike 3.
Hello, I'm Darlene Hall from the Nihok Nation in Bella Coola. I'm just wanted to reiterate a little bit more about what the other speaker, Marilyn has spoken about the office operation, service delivery that is 7 days and 7 days off. This has really created a lot of safety issues for us, and mainly one of the biggest things that I see is that they're new to our community and they're not reviewing our files. So the information that they go on is not really accurate. And if you could kind of look into the Nihok and the Bella Coola, the ministry in Bella Coola services 4 communities for child protection and 3 for services. What I know, and I'd ask you to look into it, is that the office has been closed, like not even a reception or office manager or any, like the door's locked. And we've had people come to our office to let us know that, like service providers coming to our office to let us know that the office is closed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's happened a few times now, and I'm just thinking that I think in your transition plan, I'm not sure if people are just stepping out now as social workers, or are they still committed to doing the work that they need to do to keep children safe in our communities? Because I know that it's getting less and less where people are wanting to come into our smaller communities, and they're advertising for the positions in Bella Coola area for the 7 days, 7 off. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll entertain 2 more speakers and then we'll get a response here. Mike 1.
Waikwakwera, request to Teresa William. I was there when you put out the announcement, and we have some concerns, but one huge one is when you go to training to be a social worker, you don't get it, unless you're Indigenous. I think that we need to start having something, our own training, because they have a different mindset than Indigenous people do. And they come in, MCFD workers come in with a different attitude. And I think we need to change that attitude, and we need to fix this, because it's not going to work. We do a lot of training as Splatcheen to try and get that mindset out. And this is everywhere. I foresee this as being a huge issue for everything. Cookstrom.
Thank you. Mike 2.
Good afternoon, Chief Arnie Lapro from Shakan Indian Band. Been really great couple days today, and today really good to hear that some of the legislation and adoption pieces are going through that change. It's really drastically needed. The biggest part is when our people are being removed, they still need to have that brand on them saying that they're First Nations and they have that title and right. Without that exposure to that, they're lost. They're lost individuals. My wife has been through that process. When she came back of age, she thought she was a Shomapmuk. Came back and started learning the culture and traditions, then finds out that she's Statlium, not knowing. So all of these pieces need to follow that child, and those are the crucial pieces, because without knowing where you come from, or who you belong to, or who your family members are, you're still going to be lost. And so we're making great strides and great things happening today. and I see a lot of change. And I really got to apologize to all my people back here for looking at my back the last 2 days. This is not how we speak to our people, and I apologize. I just want you to know that I've seen a lot of my family go through residential school, 60 scoop. Some of them were removed for inadequate assessments through the hospitals, put in institutions, and never returned. So those people were never found again, never heard from again. And so it wasn't just 60 Scoop Indian Residential School, but all of the other medical assessments that were done inadequately, and our people were just taken and gone forever. Much like our culture and traditions were taken. Language. I'm a third-generation survivor. My mouth is dry because it just drives me right to no end to know that today we get to speak on behalf of some of the ones that have died in vain, not knowing where they come from. Can I have some water, nephew? So, you know, the thing is when we look at all of the hard work that's been done, up to today, adoption of our children and how they're being taken care of has always been our mothers' first #1 job, and when you take that job away, they don't no longer have a job. Same with the grandmothers. And so when those teachings are lost, they're gone forever. And it's been a real learning curve to try and get our culture, traditions, and language back. And I said this on day one here, that without the land, if we have no land, we have nothing. So when you go back to wherever that you have to talk to, you tell them that Chief Lampro said, without the land, and I say this because of my great uncle's teachings, without the language, without the culture, without the traditions, without the land, if you don't have a land base, you have nothing. You have no economic viability. You are on borrowed time. So anyways, I'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you. Now our final speaker on one, please.
Wake up, everybody. My name is Crystal Rain Harry, and I'm from Soda Creek, which is north of Williams Lake. I'm really happy to hear about the changes to the act and laws that you speak of today. But I just have to call to question whether some of the things that I've been concerned about with the ministry and delegated agencies is the removal of children of the father, like from the home. So I come from Williams Lake. We're been named one of the most dangerous places to live in Forbes magazine and other colonial discourse, I guess. And one of the things that I've seen, like I've come from Soda Creek, so we're one of the communities that is primarily having young men and women that are heavily involved in gang violence. And one of the things that I've seen in the past is the ministry takes a strong stance against members who are deemed, gang members, whether they are or not, they get labeled that. And what's happened is that fathers are forcibly removed from the home, and there has been little plans or transition to family reunification. So what it's resulted in is larger violence in the community, like the fathers have given up because the ministry has told them that they're unfit and has not followed up with any kind of program or services, you know, that help integrate these fathers back into their home. And it goes for mothers as well. But in my experience, it's mainly been the fathers who have been removed from the home due to like being deemed dangerous or a risk to their family. And I've seen it happen personally in my community and in my husband's community. Both of our communities are one of the two main communities that have had large gang violence in Williams Lake. And so I would just like to know, like, what the last speaker was talking about before the chief is, how are we going to go back and look at some of these wrongs that were done? You know, like how many children were taken away from their homes due to a perceived threat by a non-Indigenous organizations, or, you know, like how are these people going to get back to their families? Because what happens when our men don't have access to programs and services is they continue down a road that's not going to lead them anywhere besides death and incarceration. And I've seen it firsthand in my own family. I have to step up to the plate and help my family members who are incarcerated, help their, you know, mothers and children get through life on my own without any resources. And there's a lot of frontline workers on the ground. Like, I'm really happy to see all of the leaders here today, but you know, it's hard to take all of this back to the frontline workers, to the, you know, the people who aren't even getting paid to do this work. Like, I have family members out there right now watching people fall through the cracks of MCFD here in Vancouver who are not covered under VACFES or whatever Aboriginal delegated agency. And there's mothers out there suffering and dying on the streets right now. And there's fathers that are locked up, you know, for the next 20 years. And a lot of that has to do with being removed from their family. And we've learned a lot about birth alerts and stuff in the last few years, but I've seen it firsthand where, you know, like a baby is just born and removed because of their father, you know, and there is no planning behind that. It's just, you know, it's no wonder that our Aboriginal men are overrepresented in the justice system. So from Williams Lake, I also have to echo the concerns of Marilyn and the lady from New Hulk, and that there needs to be more done, and there needs to be more commitment from MCFD to put the time and effort into their staffing and to have people that are committed to, you know, staying, because this is important work. And our children are dying in the system right now, and our mothers and fathers are dying on the streets and in jail cells. So how can we, you know, start looking back at that and righting some of the historical wrongs that have contributed to that, you know, high numbers of children in care? Because I just feel like we've heard a lot of talk about mothers and that, but as for me, my dad, he's from Canoe Creek, and our family was threatened by the ministry and the delegated agency when I was growing up. And my dad had nobody to turn to but himself, and he never gave up on us. And the judge ended up, you know, telling the social workers that they had no reason to, you know, keep us until we were 19. And so I have a lot of respect for my dad and for men who stand up for their children. But I just really, you know, hope that you guys can take this back somewhere, because I've been waiting to speak on it and I don't know where to bring it up except for maybe in the regional session. So I'll just leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the minister and Allison for the response.
Thank you so much, and that's why these gatherings are so important. I really appreciate everybody sharing information with us, questions and concerns, and I know that the staff want to hear that as well, so that they're informed and able to take action and know what it is that you're looking for that needs to be changed to make improvements. And what I'm hearing as well is, and we share this, the commitment to put children and youth at the centre. We know they need to have that belonging. We know that they need to have that connection to family and community and culture. So thank you. This is a really important conversation. I think Alison will probably be better at providing just a bit more detail on from the operational side.
Sure, and I'll do some sort of general comments, but I'll start with this. There were a lot of specific community-based comments, and I know they apply to many of you. And I'm going to do something very dangerous, and I'm going to give you my email address. So it's my name, 2 L's, not 1, alison.bond@gov.bc.ca. Because what I can do is I can connect you with the right people to deal with your specific community issues, but you've also raised some themes, and I want you to know I'm taking those themes back. I will say this about operations. Yes, you're right. Labor market shortages are definitely an issue in a number of our offices, and we are dealing with that. And I think we can probably work with you to help resolve some of the specific service delivery issues in a different way. Because if there aren't a lot of social workers to fill the positions, we have to find a different way. So I think there were a couple of folks, Williams Lake, Newhall, Bella Coola were the 3 I can remember offhand. Oh, thank you, Bella Coola, Newhall, so it's right. So if you could send me an email and we will do some problem solving, okay? Because I think we need to probably do the problem solving specific to those communities because they have very specific challenges. But that applies to everyone else as well. Broadly about training, yeah, I'll take you up on your offer for collaborative training. I do think that the legislation bakes in some shifts in the way social workers have to think about the work that they do by baking in UNDRIP principles. So I think you need to understand that because there will be training to our social workers that they have to do their job differently by law, right? It's the law that guides the social workers, and by law, they now must do their work differently. That being said, our best training, we have some very good cultural competency training that was co-developed with Indigenous communities. That's our very best training. And so yes, we're open to the conversation about what would you like the social workers to know about you so that you don't have to train them, I think I heard that from a few of you, when they come to deliver services in your community. We can do that work for you and with you in a different way. And I do think we need to do these things in a different way because we all acknowledge the old way is not working. There was a question about disclosure of information. Yeah, that gap is addressed in the legislation. There are also mechanisms in the legislation to do information sharing agreements with First Nations. So if you aren't familiar with that, again, email address, alison.bond@gov.bc.ca. That applies as well to the person who wanted a briefing on the legislation. Send me an email. I'll make sure the right people get in touch with you. On the question of adoption, there are now UNDRIP principles baked into the adoption legislation. So those children must continue to be connected to community and culture. Because it's in legislation, it is a different circumstance now than it was yesterday before the legislation received royal assent. And so I'm very pleased to say that actually was an issue that was raised, that we raised ourselves. And we can do all the, I think it was Tunaha representative who said this, we can do all the planning we want. Once the child is adopted, we lost touch. So that's been resolved in the legislation. There was a question from someone around whether or not we can stop bringing children into care immediately. There are mechanisms in the Act to come to agreement on consent-based decision-making. So this is in the new legislation in the bill, Section 6 and 7 agreements. If you don't want to go all the way to jurisdiction, there's lots of other agreements in between. There's cooperation agreements. You can do a collaboration agreement with jurisdiction, or you can do agreements around consent-based decision-making. And if you'd like a briefing on how that might work for your community, alison.bond@gov.bc.ca. And I think, right. The other point was the connection to community and culture and the requirement for the ongoing connection to community and culture. Again, it is law now. It is baked into our legislation in a way that it wasn't 2 days ago. It's in there now, and so that is something that the social workers must do. It is law for them to do that, and I think that goes to the fundamental point, Chief, that you were raising when you came to the mic. And then on programs and services for training and family reunification, totally agree. Again, I think to the individual from Williams Lake, you know, all of the communities across British Columbia have different challenges, and I agree the challenges in Williams Lake are acute. And I know that our office staff would be happy to work with you on a specific plan. But again, email me. I will make sure you're connected to the right people so that plan can happen.
Gee. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Minister. And there is a sea change coming with this legislation, and I think somebody mentioned we need to do some more information sharing on what's happening and what's coming. So thank you so much. We do have a token of thank you here for you.
Thank you.
So thank you, delegates. Thank you for that. We did use the whole hour that was scheduled for this topic, and happy to do that. I'm not happy to say, though, that you've used half of your lunch hour, so we're coming back at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. Please try and be back here at 1. Ocean. Okay, I'll call you up. Thank you, everybody, for having a rushed lunch hour. We're going to keep with our schedule now. I know we're accommodating the venue to close, and we're conscious of the flights that need to be. You can make your flights. We forgot a message that traffic to the airport, because it's Black Friday at the mall there, the traffic to the airport is congested really bad, so we'll be okay if we can stick to our schedule. Thank you. So our first guest this afternoon, overview at the crossroads, a roadmap from fiscal discrimination to equity and Indigenous child welfare. It's my honor to invite Dr. Jennifer Charlesworth to come to the table here. Thank you, delegates. Thank you for, again, that rushed lunch hour. Please finish your lunch. Enjoy it. We'll go right over to Dr. Jennifer Charlesworth.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming back. I am thrilled to be here with you and to have the opportunity to share information about some work that we have been doing. And as a way of beginning, though, I want to acknowledge and with gratitude that I am having the opportunity to meet with all of you today on these beautiful lands of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I would also like to introduce myself. I am Jennifer Charlesworth. I am the representative for Children and Youth of BC. And most importantly, I have been walking alongside young people and their families and their communities for 45 years. So I have the opportunity to now do, I was just speaking, the dream job to be able to weave all those beautiful teachings together over many, many decades in service of our children and youth. So, do we have I have slides. There's the clicker. The other thing I'd like to say too is just before we begin to talk about this report, two things. One is the Representative for Children and Youth Office. Hopefully you know about it. If not, this is an opportunity. We are an independent office of the Legislative Assembly. I have a statutory mandate to ensure three things. One is individual advocacy, so walking alongside young people, children, youth, young adults and their families as they try and navigate these complex service delivery systems in child and family services, as well as mental health and addictions and health. The second is systemic advocacy, because you start to see patterns over time and you start to think, well, how will we back up the bus or go upstream to effect changes so that children are better cared for? And the third is reviews and investigations. So comes to me all critical injuries and deaths of children in this province if they've been in care or receiving services and supports. To give you a sense of that, we get about 440 of those a month. And about 250 of those are in mandate, and we do thorough reviews to understand how to be helpful to those children and how to be helpful to their communities and effect the changes that are necessary. So that's essentially what I am charged with doing. But of course, I can't do that alone. I am connected in so many beautiful ways, including with First Nations Leadership Council, grateful for the relationships that we've built there, and with many others in the community, nations, Indigenous organizations, community-based organizations, researchers, etc. And one of the key things I ask myself over and over again is, what's the good of us? And where do we provide services and supports that are helpful? And where is it that I can provide that systemic advocacy that will be meaningful? So I just want to flag a couple of things about what has driven us to talk about the Crossroads report. And I'll just hold this up. It's rather a tome. It's thick. It's ostensibly about money, but actually fundamentally it's about justice. It's about equity and ensuring that the resources that are available to support your children and families are available to you to breathe life, to quote Mary T.G., to breathe life into your vision and your laws so that good things can happen and our children can be stood up to be good and great. So I have 30 copies of this. Alyssa has them in the back. If you are keen to do a lot of reading about finances and equity, and then please help yourself to a copy. It's also readily available on our website as well. So let's dive in. One of the things that is important for us to understand is that a couple of things. One is that the whole issue, great, please, hands up and Alyssa will bring you in. We are not talking about something that hasn't been spoken of many times over and over again. So the TRC, I bring these forward because the TRC spoke very fundamentally about the necessity of providing adequate resources to enable your communities and organizations to keep children and families together where it's safe to do so, and keep children in culturally appropriate environments regardless of where they reside. The TRC also said that it was very important that the spending or the funding be available to support prevention and care services, not just protection. So not just after things have started to fall apart, but all the opportunities, as was spoken about this morning, to address the interests and needs of children early on. So we are very much bound to and committed to the TRC and ensuring that we are doing our best to live into those. So, we have heard over the last couple of days, and if you've been here all week with the Our Children Our Way conference, we have heard a lot about the crossroads that we're at. We've got legislative changes federally and provincially. We've got the CHRT final agreement, settlement agreement, and then we've got government commitments to DRIPA and to reconciliation. So there is a lot going on in our systems right now. So we felt that we were at a crossroads. And in order to be able to be effective in capitalizing, if you will, on those opportunities, we felt it is important that you know about what is going on with funding. So we began a process, and we asked this: are the funding allocations in alignment with these current and evolving ideas around child welfare services? So is funding lining up with the goals, the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations, and the opportunities that are there? And I'm going to share this with you. Whoop, sorry. There's our question. And we're not the first to ask these questions. There have been, this is a roadmap, it's in the report itself, but it basically says there have been people working on this, the AFN, many of you around this table, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, lots of people have been saying there are inequities in the system, we have to address those. So we are standing on the shoulders of giants and trying to add our piece and make our contribution. So what did we do? Well, we can't do it alone because I am not an economist. So we engaged with the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy in Ottawa, and they undertook a very thorough review, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. And then we took that information, which is in this report, and then we put another layer of analysis on it. So in essence, what the At a Crossroads report is, two reports. One is the analysis that we did, and the other is the very in-depth analysis the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy did. So this is how we did the work. First of all, we tried to map the fiscal ecosystem. Like, where's the money coming from? Where's it going to? How much is it? And for what? Is it for prevention services, protection services, et cetera? So we tried to figure that out, because I figure that if you're drawing jurisdiction and you're trying to design systems to support your children and families, you need to know what resources are there. Like, what are we building on here, and what more might you need? So we tried to map this, and we did that by working closely with the Institute for Fiscal Studies and Democracy, by working with the federal government and ISC to try and gather their information, with MCFD to gather their information. That's the top down. And then bottom up, we went to the service providers. We went to Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies. We went to nations. We went to non-Indigenous organizations. So we went to friendship centers. And we did case studies. We did analysis of their budgets. And that's the bottom up. So really trying to figure out, what did they say is happening, and what's the reality on the ground? In essence, what we're trying to do is be helpful into the process, so that we can illuminate what's actually going on, so that you have a better sense of, are things changing, and are you getting the resources that you need? So you won't be able to read these, but in the report there are many visuals to try and make sense of fundamentally what is a very complicated and complex system. So what we have here is we tried to take a look at who receives the money and how does it get distributed into who. We also took a look at it from the point of view of different groups. So Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies that serve just on reserve, Indigenous Child and Family Services that serve on and off reserve, the nations that are receiving services from the ministry, and so on. So we tried to identify what we have and where it's coming from. The other thing that you should know is that there are essentially sort of 4 buckets, if you will. There are the Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies who deliver services on reserve, solely on reserve. They get the money from the federal government. And of course, that has been fundamentally shifted as a result of the CHRT rulings. And hands up to the work that has been done in the federal government and really addressing that, bringing those principles in, addressing the importance of needs-based funding. However, there are also Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies that are delivering both on reserve and off reserve. So they get some of their funding from the federal government, and they get some of their funding from the Ministry of Children and Family Development for their off reserve kiddos. I'll come back to that in a moment. Then there are 84 nations who are not affiliated with an Indigenous Child and Family Service agency. And we felt very strongly that we needed to look deeply into what was happening for those agencies. So the money comes from the federal government to the ministry in order to deliver services for those nations. And I heard over the last couple of days some of the experiences that you've been having with that arrangement. So we've got different kinds of situations that are affecting the ways in which money flows, and most significantly, how much money flows. So what were our key findings? Basically, we found that it was really hard to map the fiscal ecosystem. There's actually a significant lack of information in a number of areas. So it was very hard, even when you've got the data wranglers like the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy, and we also had, by the way, our secret decoder ring. We had a former ED from the ministry that was helping us try and make sense of things. So it was very difficult to map the fiscal ecosystem. So hold that thought. This is important as we move forward, that we need to have a better understanding of where the money is, what it's going for, and what effect it's having. The other finding that we had was we couldn't see a clear line between spending commitments and outcomes. We couldn't see, that there was a clear line back to that original question. If we're really trying to change things, how is the funding flowing to support those changes? It's not clear. And then the third thing we found was that disparities, pardon me, I'm not on this. Disparities exist based on the place of residence, on or off reserve. So I'm going to skip forward here for a moment. So to make it visual, here you go. If you are funded through the federal government now, and it didn't always used to be like this. It used to be that the provincially funded were actually better off than the federally funded, but the tables have turned. Children on reserve, funded by the federal government and delivered by the Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies. Then there's a little bit less for those nations that are not affiliated with an Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies. Funding still flows from the federal government, but the service delivery is by Ministry of Children and Family Development. But over on the right side, we've got children who are off reserve, whether or not they are served by the Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies or Ministry of Children and Family Development. So that's why we talk about it as fiscal discrimination. There are inequities baked into the system right now, and we feel strongly that there needs to be some significant changes going forward. So I'm going to, Mary has left, but I'm going to bring Mary's voice in here. And she said that the reality our agencies have been living with for years, a system where provincial funding for Indigenous Child and Family Services has fallen gravely short, especially when it comes to prevention services. And I know that's where your heart lies. The need for prevention services doesn't stop at the reserve boundary, and it's our urban families who often need the most help. So as a result of the work that we did, we could start to see that there were inequities. We couldn't describe it fully for you because of the lack of data and the lack of transparency. But we know that there are significant inequities, and we feel strongly that that needs to be addressed. Let me back up here too. The other thing that I think is important is to just say that we're at a really interesting time as we move forward at this threshold, at the crossroads that we're at, of really trying to understand not only where is the money flowing, but to what, and what kind of impact is it having? And is it aligned with your hopes, dreams, your laws, and your aspirations? And we did a bit of a report card. This was in Institute for Fiscal Studies and Democracy. And we felt that through that, there was better work being done at the federal government in terms of aligning the spending with priorities. Good work being done on outcome indicators and connecting spending to outcomes. And looking at value for money. MCFD has a way to go. So, it's a personal practice of mine. I'm not here to lay blame or to find fault. What I'm here is to shine a light on things so that we can effect changes in our systems, because it's really about our kids and how we can do a better job. So, we've illuminated that we don't know where, or we haven't got a good sense of where the money is or how best it's flowing, but we've got enough information to say that we have significant inequities. That's not right for our children. We have work to do, so we put forward 3 recommendations. The first recommendation was actually a 2-parter. The first part was basically saying to MCFD, adopt the CHRT principles. We've got a good working model there. It's been adopted in the federal government. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. So, adopt that needs-based funding model. And part 2 was to enhance the transparency and work more closely with the 84 First Nations who are not affiliated in order so that they have some confidence in the ways in which the federal funding is flowing through and meeting their needs. The second recommendation that we made was that the ministry needs to update their specific fiscal management tools and reporting practices, again, in the interest of transparency. We're at a critical point, and we need to open the curtains and make sure that people know what's going on, especially as you are developing your systems, your laws, and your services for your children. So the ministry has some work to do on fiscal management tools and reporting practices, and you did hear about the work on the tripartite agreement, which is a good step, and it will tie back into accountability. But again, we felt very strongly that that needs to be a very important job. The other thing that I say over and over again in every one of my reports is that we struggle with trying to get data. And I can't tell you how many nations, how many Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies, and how many communities have said, can you help us get some data? We want to know who our kids are, where they are, and what's going on for them. So I never miss an opportunity to speak about data stewardship and the importance of making sure that there are better data collections, and most significantly, that those data are disaggregated in such a way that we can illuminate the circumstances for the children. And on that data piece, I just want to flag, this is a beautiful quote from Gwen Phillips from Ktunaxa First Nation, and she is an amazing data governance champion. And when she talks about data, she says what's so important is that we not measure race, but we measure racism. Because racism is a systems failure. And so what we need to do is collect the information in such a way that we can start to see what's really going on, and again, where are those inequities. So just to close, I love this visual, it's in our report. So as you know, there's, we know we're beyond equality, where it's just, everybody gets the same. We want substantive equality and equity, which means that some groups will need more because of what's happened to them. But where we're going is justice. So that's why this report ostensibly is about money, it's about dollars, it's about data, but it's actually fundamentally about justice so that we can start to right the wrongs that have been in place for a very, very long time. So I will stop there and welcome questions.
Oh. Oh, thank you, Jennifer, for that. It's always a mystery where money is.
Yeah, it is.
So we can find it and we can accumulate some, let's do it, right? And we can put it and make it work in the right places. Any questions for Jennifer? There's a mic 2 here.
Hi, I like accountability. So the federal government every year disperses the Canada Social and Transfer into provinces and territories for general revenue. The block of funding for BC is $14 billion a year, and it's intended for social assistance, social services, including early child development, post-secondary education, among all things. But for all we know, it could be used to fill potholes or something else. And so, because there's no requirement to report back on what's done with the money. No one talks much about how the Canada Social Transfer transfers billions of taxpayer dollars that they spend every year on, or what impact this money is having on our communities. We need accountability for this huge block transfer, and we need to start collecting critical data. To do it, we need legislation. So let's call it the Social Care Act. People need to be aware to care. The Canada Social Transfer is the only transfer with virtually no accountability measures and no requirement to report back on what's done with it. There's not even a requirement that the dollars be used for social services. And I'm just wondering if your office could follow up on this or maybe start to get some accountability, because I can see that a lot of that money belongs to the First Nations, or I mean, could be included with First Nations on top of the dollars that we're talking about now. So, and I think that if there was more accountability, we could find a whole bunch more money. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just quickly respond to that. So we're definitely singing from the same song sheet around accountability and outcomes. So thank you for raising that, and there might be a Crossroads 2.0 in terms of taking a look at those transfer arrangements. So thank you for that. We do continue to work with the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. Thank goodness that's not the way, that we have them, because that's not the way my brain works. But I will definitely bring that forward, and thank you for raising that. And it does get to a fundamental piece if you go back to the justice part, right? That we can keep doing programs, but we have to address some of those fundamental underlying contributing factors that result in less well-being. So early childhood education, early learning and supports is critically important. Housing, income security, all of those kinds of things become very important. So I really appreciate you raising that, because we can't do child welfare and exclude all those other areas around education, well-being, et cetera. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Can I say one final thing is, just so that you know, with any of our recommendations, we monitor those. The ministries are required, the public bodies are required to submit an action plan within 6 months, and we monitor the compliance with those recommendations on an annual basis. I do it for a minimum of 3 years or longer if the substantive progress hasn't been made. So we do report that now on our website, so we will be following up on this, because I hold my hands up to the work that you're doing and where you're going, and want to make sure that we can continue to be in service of you. So thank you.
Thank you. The report that Jennifer talked about is in your USB kit for your information. Say thank you, Jennifer, for your time. So, as you agreed to, I know there's some kind of thinking going on here, but as you agreed to, there's a breakout session for an hour. Interior session, Interior Region, Shaughnessy Salon, Fraser, Salish Region, Point Grey, Northern Region, Pinnacle Ballroom 1, Vancouver Island Region, Pinnacle Ballroom 2, Vancouver Coastal Region, Pinnacle Ballroom 3. For 1 hour, there'll be a facilitator and a note taker in each room, and we'll report back here after an hour and have a coffee break, afternoon coffee break, if that works out. Thank you. Where'd she go? Jennifer, we have a blanket for you, a little token. Thank you. Thank you. A thank you token. So I can see you all rushing to your breakout rooms. Session and got your snacks and coffee. I'm gonna try and get this underway again. I'm gonna ask Cheryl if she could get us started, and then we could roll from there. So Cheryl Casimir, she's gonna do the report on which room were you in, Cheryl? Were you in one of these big ones? Oh, you want to do here?
Oh, no, that's okay. I still need my notes, though. They're supposed to send me the notes.
Oh, who's got it?
I said, just send it to me. I don't care what it looks like.
You don't know who's got it?
It's the young girl that's...
Oh, okay. No. Well, they're the ones bugging me to get started.
I said, I'll do this. If you got a note taker, I'll do this, but send me the notes. Well, I'm just gonna start.
Thank you. We're looking for the note taker that was in Cheryl's room. She's got a memory going here. She takes good notes. Okay, let's get this one going, and thank you. Can we deal with the chatter? I could hear you above the. I could hear a lot of chatter in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on?
Can we have the mic on for the table here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agreed to facilitate a working group as long as we had a note taker, and our note taker is MIA, so I have no notes, but I'm going to wing it. I see representatives of my working group that are sitting here in the room, so they can add to it in case I missed something. So I had the honor and the pleasure of working with the Vancouver Coast region, and we got through a few of the questions, but not all, because we did start off by saying that these questions were intended to stimulate dialogue among the region. But if there were any other areas that were of a priority, that we were definitely open to having that conversation as well. So in terms of 1, 2, and 3 under the legislative reform and resumption of jurisdiction, in terms of successes, we did hear about, or actually I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna go to the challenges first. We heard a lot of the same issues in that working group, or sorry, in that regional breakout, as we've heard throughout the last 3 days about the lack of capacity and the lack of funding that communities face. And so there was also the issue about the remoteness factor. So what may cost, even though communities receive the same amount of funding to provide engagement sessions, we'll use that as an example. There's no consideration, though, given to the fact that a rural, remote community has to pay a lot more money to have facilitators brought into community, as well as no consideration for the fact that there's no place for these people to stay once they get into those rural communities or remote communities. And shipping and freight costs are also an added factor. And so those need to be considered in any kind of a engagement processes, as an example. There was also concerns raised in relation to legal fees, because there's a lot of legal and professional fees that some communities want to utilize, but funding is very limited in a lot of those areas. So that was another concern. And I really wished I had taken notes. I know everybody always compliments me on the level of note-taking that I do in these forums, and I took not one note.
let's see, supports and/or resources that the nations need to develop and confirm own laws. There was a discussion about how do you reach community members that no longer reside within, that do not reside on reserve or within your respective communities, and that these laws are going to impact each and every one of us. So everybody should have a voice in terms of developing them. And the example of that is some of our brothers and sisters who are living in the downtown east side area. How do we reach out to them to ensure that their voices are captured in the work that's related to creating our laws? There was also discussion about needing to relearn or learn the laws in the first place, and that there has been intergenerational traumas that have taken place within our communities, and some of our songs and ceremonies have been impacted, which do lead to our laws. They capture and reflect a lot of our laws. So how are we able to bring those back? And I know that there was some successes, and I cannot remember, Shannon, if you're still here, I know you did list a few areas of successes that you shared with the group, but I can't remember. Let's see. So we also talked about key foundations or elements of law for a new funding model. Again, we addressed the area around the remoteness factor and inclusivity. And it was referenced to the last slide that Dr. Charlesworth showed, where it was talking about equity, equality, and justice, that funding framework should capture those elements, and that funding needs to be provided to all people, regardless of residency, that there shouldn't be any more of those little silos or little categories of funding that the provincial federal governments like to come up with, that it just needs to be one time, or not one-time funding, but one level of funding that's based on needs-based approach. And so there was also the issue about, what's the word? Oh, my mind has gone blank. Oh, I can't remember now. Sorry. My mind just went blank on that one. And I think we also went to number 7. We didn't get through all of the questions under the fiscal framework. There was a request to speak specifically to number 7, and I think that it's important that you're aware of this, as well as the representatives of the Leadership Council and reps that are still here from Canada and British Columbia. There was concern about the fact that daycare spaces in one specific community had to shut down because of COVID. But because the daycare was shut down, that meant that they didn't really have any specific childcare servicing, so they used the money that was made available for childcare to go into other facets of the programming that was available within the community. So money was used for cultural activities in one section, money was used for care, after-school care with the school, and they believed that they were utilizing those resources in a manner in which it was meant to be used to provide childcare services. They have since been notified by MCFD that that money needs to be paid back. And so it's to the tune of about $800,000. So if MCFD is requesting that money to be returned, what is their accountability then in terms of what they're going to do with that money? And how do they not justify the fact that those dollars were used to support childcare activities within that community? How are they saying that that wasn't really supporting childcare? So the ministry has told us that they do those accountability statements for each and every one of you who receives funding from them. So it'd be really important to keep an eye on that, and hoping that that's not happening to you either. When the question was asked of them, are you doing that just to us or are you doing that to everybody else? The response was, we're just getting started. So FYI. And I found that quite disturbing and distressing, and that shouldn't be allowed to happen. And so my colleagues and I will certainly follow up on that with Minister Dean when we get the next opportunity to do so. So again, I haven't been able to trigger in my memory what the successes were, unless somebody in my group can remember that. There was also a discussion about needing some kind of like a secretariat of sorts. some communities are saying, how do you even get started? Like, how do we begin to have this conversation about creating our own laws? And are there any templates anywhere? Is there a roadmap somewhere? So it was discussed that there needs to be a one-stop shop for communities to be able to draw down on those types of resources. We did share that Leadership Council does have a section on our website that's specific to child and family issues, and we always drop information onto that site. That's any of the communiques or correspondence or documents that come into in our system. We share that. We also had the conversation at the table where there were representatives from other nations who were saying, well, we are working on this, and once we get that done, we would like to share that as well. So we need to find a place where all of that information can be made readily available to anybody who wants to move forward on this process of creating your own laws. We don't all need to recreate the wheel. We all know, though, that templates and information that we share, we can use that and tweak it to make sure that it's reflective of our own priorities and our own cultures, because we do not want to get caught in that notion that one size fits all for each and every one of us. We are all distinctions based. We need to embrace the distinctions-based approach when we're working on these, and those laws need to be reflective of us as individual nations. So I think that's it. I don't know, do I get any nods or thumbs up or thumbs down from my group?
Thumbs up over
Thumbs
there.
up, thumbs up. Okay.
Thank you, Cheryl, for that. We'll go right to Regional Chief.
Thank you, Ray, and I had the honor of representing North British Columbia, and really the questions, as Cheryl said as well, was just to facilitate overall discussions of what is happening within your region, and northern region being very vast. There was good representation from Tahltan, Tlingit, Casca region, talked about the remoteness issue, and more importantly, representation. Even within this process, there's not enough consultation with what was described as true north, going to the border of British Columbia and Yukon, and also the issues of going under the jurisdiction of dually between BC and Yukon with some of the issues in regards to governance of their First Nations communities, and especially in regards to child welfare. Certainly, the first question, we talked about some of the successes, and what was shared, especially in part of the true north up in towards the Yukon border, was that MCFD had a lack of capacity up there. So what had happened is that some of the First Nations communities just ended up filling those spaces. Nobody asked, they just took it. And the success was that they filled those spaces. And that was really good news in terms of representing their children in some of those spaces in the far north. But like many areas in British Columbia, 85% of our communities are known as remote. And certainly British Columbia, Northern BC fits into that designation. Are all the challenges that Cheryl shared as well was the issue of capacity and resources and funding for a lot of these initiatives, especially funding for the capacity, and then talking about things that aren't discussed more in a context of, well, what about, we could fund all these positions to take care of children, taking care of, many of these administration issues, but what about funding of healing? Many of, in our group, talked about the issues of residential school, 60 Scoop, the issues of everything that has been described in these last 2 days. What about all the healing there that needs to happen? How are we going to really come to these spaces as healed people so we can really take over jurisdiction in a good way. Some First Nations communities are starting from ground zero. So we're already starting, even before thinking about taking over jurisdiction, we're starting at a deficit. So before we can actually assert our governance and jurisdiction over child welfare, we need to get over the fact that we're coming into this as from a very deficient position. And certainly I think it speaks to some of the outstanding issues that perhaps weren't highlighted in the last 2 days. One of the things that was brought up was the making sure that we have data, and also the children that are lost in terms of what if they don't have status at this point in their lives, or they're taken out of province or to the United States. So, you know, some of the experiences that one of the presenters or one of the participants talked about was the registry. Those that have status, or those that are partaking in terms of getting back their status, whether they're Bill C-31, C-3, or those children perhaps that might be lost within the bureaucratic system of government. So how do we make sure that we have a proper data and we make sure that we provide the supports for those children? Certainly, another experience was from the Gitxsan territory. Then this is a really important one, the story from Gitmax that talked about their experience when the matriarchs had to come up and put a roadblock. I think you've all seen it in the media last year, from protecting that child from being taken. They ended up winning. They ended up keeping the child in the community. They ended up also bearing the costs, so the legal costs. Who's going to take care of that? So those are the stories that are really important in terms of really where we're coming from. I know it's kind of all over the place in terms of not really certainly addressing some of these questions, but I think it was really important to hear from the North in terms of where we're coming from. Also, I think what also needs to be said here is the last 2 days were a big information dump on a lot of communities that don't have enough capacity, and I appreciate that. We all appreciate that from the FNLC. And what could have happened is more discussion or more opportunity and more time with our panelists that were up here in the last 2 days, and I certainly agree with that. But, you know, certainly those are the challenges we're trying to work in. One of the things that I think, you know, at least for my office, is to come back and have a session in the new year on specifically on the agreement in principle, and also more discussion on, you know, on the CHRT. I think that in of itself is a day session. So certainly I think this isn't the last that we're going to discuss the issue of child welfare. But more importantly, I think what I heard overwhelmingly time and time again, I'm looking at some of the notes that I can't read, they're not my notes, is funding, is the issue of funding. And certainly I think we've all heard it here and in other regions, and I'm going to say it again, is the issue of funding and who's going to take care of the funding that when we transition to jurisdiction, who's going to fund that? And that was a discussion that we had earlier on with the agreement in principle and the long-term reform. And that's the warning flags that Cindy Blackstock brought forward, and Mary T.G. that talked about, you know, when this agreement ends in 6 years, what's the next piece when we start taking over jurisdiction with the government of Canada? What does that look like? The importance, once again, of data, because data is important in terms of, it will determine how much funding we do need to our respective communities and how much resources that we need when we start drawing down jurisdiction. Certainly, having representation for these areas, especially part of the north, is having a voice for the north that is specific to the north. Far too often, I'm from the north in Takla, is that our ability to have representation here down in the south, where a lot of the decision makers are, in Victoria, Vancouver, and having representation that really speaks to some of our unique positions, because geographically we're so remote. Some of the communities utilize resource roads, or even on the coast, they're fly-in communities. So there's a massive challenges there. The costs of living in the north was brought up. In terms of, and the examples used was when our people are going out to health appointments, the lack of resources to go to appointments to urban centers. Like, if we're already in deficit there, how it really demonstrates the resources needed because of where we are in the north, and then the remoteness factor. I know that certainly has been brought up as a part of the discussions and the negotiations on the AIP, the remoteness factor, which the Northern Ontario First Nations have brought up time and again, and so have we here in British Columbia. So that certainly speaks to a lot of the issues that we have in the north. And I think that's about it in terms of what was covered off. I know it was only an hour and we had limited time, but certainly I think it started a discussion of what is unique to those regions and the issue of remoteness, especially in northern BC. So I'll ask that question. Does that sound right? I'm looking to some of the tables that represent the north. Oh, I'm getting a thumbs up. So I guess I did okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. We'll see.
Thank you, well, Vancouver Coast Region, and we'll go to Robert Phillips.
Thank you. So just like what he said and she said. Thank you very much. No, again, the coast, we got together and I took 25 pages of notes. No, just kidding. And
funny. That's not funny.
No. A lot of discussion around jurisdiction and control, and bringing the kids back and being part of the community was so important. There was a lot of discussion around the challenges, especially around the financial and the funding. And it seems like we're doing it on our own dime, and capacity issues that the community members are feeling. And, we know that the community is really trying. We're all trying together. We're trying to be better at it. And there's many supports. And in terms of quality assurance committee, that was one example and areas of improvement. And in terms of, just making sure that children are not getting removed. And again, a lot of discussion around the community and the family and the traditional laws that we have in place, and the family development workers that are so overworked. And, it's almost like, use an example of getting in there, right into the community, on the ground, the work that you're doing, trying to get, the parents to even get up to make sure that they can take care of the child and the children. And it takes a community to raise a child. But as well, the discussion around the elders and matriarchs, and it's a lot of times the women are doing a lot of the work. And of course, in terms, again, we focused on the challenges and the struggles that are out there. And there was even some examples about the delegated agencies, and there wasn't meaning to be criticism, but just ways of improving and making sure that we get there, because we all know we need infrastructure, and we know that we need houses, we need homes, and the socioeconomic conditions around there, as well as the mental health, FAS, FASD, and other issues that are out there. And we need to bring in not only dollars, but dollars focused on healing and intergenerational impact. So we know that. We've heard this, especially in the last couple of days and the rest of the week. And we need knowledge keepers, because a lot of times the knowledge keepers are drawn to other areas, and we need them for our children and families. And there's just limited funding again. And health and well-being, And it's necessary to have the family approach. We need to have the ceremonies and pride for our children to grow up, to say that they're Indigenous and know that they're Indigenous and know where they're from in terms of the spirituality too. And, you know, of course, we all know that the pandemic has heightened all of this. We tried to zero in on the successes and the relationships with the ministries, and I think it's something that when we look at the work that's out there and the work that's being done, we need to have agreements, real agreements. We need to have more workers, but unfortunately, as we heard, there's a lot of turnover. And, you know, there was even examples of when, you know, we try to help out as much as possible and with the housing issues, but there's even issues around, for example, when trying to help communities, even spading cats and dogs. You know, like something is like you don't think of it, but that costs hundreds of dollars. And of course, you're trying to help, so that's, you know, pennies become dollars and dollars become millions. And so it just seems like the system is not working for us, and we all know that. And it was already mentioned about kids not registered, kids from other communities, and we have to pick up the slack, and it's hard, you know, it's hard to do, it's hard work. And then we got to think of all this stuff around jurisdiction and control. It's legal, and lawyers are needed, and it's scary business. And, you know, bringing in all this legislation, it's a lot of work. And and a lot of it falls upon you. And that's what I heard. And so we're up here, we're trying to get these things done at a higher level, but it impacts the workers and people in our communities. And we have to get that work done. And it needs to be explained. And so I'm very happy to hear a regional chief. We need to bring in that legislation. We need to bring in that framework. We need to study it and have a good look at it and just zero in on that one thing. And where's the money going to come from? And, you know, there's just so much because we're only getting by on the IST dollars right now. We're taking, you know, we're stealing from Peter to pay Paul. And, you know, funding for counselors. And I know I'm speaking with the converted here, and I know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And, you know, in terms of, you know, counselors, so hard to find. And if you do find some, then they're not around long enough and they're leaving. And, you know, one-time funding's not enough. So we did focus a lot in on the funding parts of it. And how do we compensate our own families, those that it was said today, you know, those family members that are taking in the kids and other kids. And they're not being, you know, like more funding's needed for that. We did focus on the 40K that was in discussion. You know, just in fact, 40K now will not be 40K in a year or two because of inflation. And, you know, we know what we got to do. We should do it. And, you know, in terms of, we've seen it as well in residential school with the 35,000 plus. And we've seen what happened. We know individuals that got the money and within 2 days they were gone. So, you know, we did look at that. And so we need to have some sort of plan in place for that, a compensation plan. And in terms of band council and, you know, chiefs and the portfolios and the work that the leadership has to do, you know, we're just trying to be honest about it, but in terms of sometimes, you know, there's burnout and there's people that are in certain positions sometimes that might not have the expertise in that particular area, but lacking capacity again. And, you know, some felt that even updating their chief and council, they feel they're not doing a good enough job, and yet they're probably doing 10 jobs. So, you know, and we never even got into some of the stuff around mental health, and because we're trying to focus on the funding and the jurisdiction and the work, but we wanted to bring it back home in terms of the youth. So it had this broad discussion about, you know, what was not working, and then I noticed it started to get into some solutions, and it was talking about what's not working right. But as the discussion went on, you could see it started almost like this broad discussion about Canada, British Columbia. That's how I felt when I was interpreting it, and then what's going wrong. But then it went into what's maybe not working in the communities, and then solutions were bringing the solutions to the table. So what I seen was it starts with the individual. So if the individual is not right, we have to find ways, how can we help that individual? And then if an individual is healthy, then they can help their child and help their children. And if the individual is okay, then the family needs to heal because of the intergenerational trauma that's happened. And then if the family is strong, then they can help the individual or the family members to raise that child or children. And then if the family is healthy, and then that will spread into the community. And then if the community is healthy, you know where this is going, then we can help realistically raise these children. And then if the community is strong, then the nation will be strong. But it all starts within what I found, the heart, the individual, and what needs to take place. But sometimes, if they have mental health issues, you know, it's a lifelong trek. And 27 isn't good enough. Someone mentioned that in the group. 27 isn't good enough because what happens after 27? They still have the mental health issues. And what do we do about that? So it talked about the funding for the youth. I think Tim Horton's example of playing hockey and sports and prevention measures and all of that. Funding for kids to stay out of trouble, sports and the arts, focus in on mental health and options. And one even brought up the fact that, you know, even herself, you go to counseling, you go to the doctor, what's the first thing they say? You need meds, right? Happens every single time. And, you know, and we even talked about in terms of not only that, but again, you know, what happens in terms of some of these medications, they have suicidal thoughts. So it might not even be the intergenerational trauma. It might not even the fact that they can't go home. It might not even be the fact that no one's helping and that they're all alone. It might be the meds. So it's a big vicious circle. And again, you know, we wanted to end on a positive note as possible, but it takes that family, it takes that community. So I think that's the challenge that each and every one of you have, that we have. But we bridge the gap from what we're doing to actually what's happening on the ground. So with the work that you're doing. Coach John, thank you.
Wow, thank you, Robert. Yeah, very good. We're going to go to a video. Please, James.
Here, Liz.
Turn it up a bit.
First of all, I want to thank you all for being here. And as many of you know, I've been blessed with 15 grandchildren. Many of you may know my wife, Joan. She's not really my wife, I'm her husband, and there's a real difference there. But at any rate, Joan and I have been together for 45 years. We've been married for 38, and we had 6 children between us, 4 boys, 2 girls. Both my girls went to university and became teachers, still teachers. And we lost one of our sons about 4 years ago to a carfentanil overdose. And I was there when he was born. I watched him being born. And it's absolutely heartbreaking. He was like 6'3". He was enormous. And I have a picture online floating around there of me hugging him at Round Lake when he graduated. And we thought, finally, he's beyond his addictions. He used one more time in Grand Prairie and he was gone. We love our children more than can be put into words. We love our grandchildren. You know, that's the nature and spirit of Indigenous peoples. And 20 years ago, 20 years, 5 months, and 15 days ago, on June 10th, 2002, a call went out across the province to invite us to Tawasin to listen to a proposal by the provincial government in regard to children and families. And Grand Chief Ed John had been, you know, an official in the provincial government, so he helped organize that. And it was amazing the number of people that showed up. We had a caucus meeting like this for the interior. We had 88 people in our caucus. And our caucus lasted the longest before we finally came back to the plenary. And we developed something known as the Tsawwassen Accord. And if you can ever dig it up somewhere, it's out there somewhere. It's just a simple statement of principles about how we need to take responsibility for our children and families. And that began the long, torturous journey that brought us to today. And when the Tsawwassen Accord was celebrated, there was no opioid crisis. There was no pandemic. There was no atmospheric rivers and wildfires and all of those things. I remember what we talked about was child suicides. Youth suicide were a growing issue in our communities. My point is, 20 years, 5 months, and 15 days later, we're in a crisis. And like those people that are on my list that were in that room that helped us to get to where we are today, we're just as passionate. And if you were actually in the room during that session, it was absolutely volatile. I've never seen such a peaceful, tranquil meeting of children and families as I have across the hall. Because back in those days, you know, people were at the mics and they were just ripping it, you know, because they felt so passionate about what we were doing. And there was that spectrum. There was anger, a lot of anger. There was fear. You know, people were saying, we can't do this, we might lose something. You know, there were those people, let's get it done, let's quit talking about it, let's just do it. And now we have the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in British Columbia. It is the only region on the planet that has legislation that acknowledges the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples. That took 30 years at the international level to bring that document forward and have the governments of the world embrace it. The federal government and the provincial government in Canada have embraced it. It's now enshrined in legislation. It gives us a platform to build from. And how we're going to do that is reflected in those 4 questions. The first one is about legislation. And we need to keep our eye on the ball there. And to know, and we have people like Kupi Judy Wilson, you know, that is one of the most amazing leaders the union's ever had, because she keeps her eye on the ball. She's very annoying to government, you know, because she demands answers, and she doesn't leave it until she gets the answer. We have good people that are working to pull this together, but the real work is always at the community level. And that's why I love all of you. I have the greatest respect for you. I know the kind of work you do. My daughters are teachers. You know, I know the love they have for their children, for their students, which are some of my grandchildren. And we have to do this. There's no going back. There's no getting shy or anything like that. We have to pick up that responsibility. The very lives of our children and grandchildren depend on us sitting down. We start where we're at, we use what we have, and we start. And we talk to our elders, we talk to our spiritual guides, we talk to the expertise around the province, because there's some pretty amazing things happening in different parts of the province, absolutely amazing. And we need to reach out and get them to help us like we did a long, long time ago and start building. We need to build. I would like everybody to drive through their community when they go home and look at an empty space of land and say that would be a great spot for a children and family service center. And look over here for something else. Because we have to realize that if we embrace the jurisdiction, it's going to take a lot of building, a lot of training, a lot of hiring people like yourselves and your children and so on and so forth to do the work. And if we carry that dream, all of us will get there. And someday you will be as old as I am. I'm 73. And you will drive through your community and your heart will sing when you see all of that infrastructure that's going to look after your children and grandchildren. So I hold my hands up to you for all the work that you do, using very little resources and very little support from the governments. Why limit?
Thank you, James, for putting that out there, and whoever recorded that. Do you have any final comments, Grand Chief?
I just want to say we had a fantastic group of people in our caucus meeting. They greatly inspired me that this work will get done. I'm absolutely convinced that we are the people in this room that are going to carry this dream forward. I mentioned to our caucus meeting, I have a list. I call it my 20-year list. Tawasin was 20 years, 5 months, and 15 days ago, where we all gathered to talk about the issues we've talked about in the last couple of days. The same passion, the same feelings, the same hope, the same frustrations. But we would not be where we are today had it not been for the good work that's been done. The magic that happened at Tawasin in 2002 created the energy for the Leadership Council to come together in 2005, and we signed off on the Leadership Accord. And that marriage has lasted for 18 years now. And it doesn't look like there's any divorce on the horizon, but it's really given us a solid foundation to work from. And in terms of legislative reform, it's a tool. It's a long-needed tool missing from our toolbox. And we need to, as the regional chief said, we need to really study. As Clarence Louis would say, we need to go to work on it and understand it intimately, because that's what's going to get us out of the policy swamp and into legislative authority and jurisdiction and the funding that goes with it to enable our communities to do all of this work. So I'm going to read these names off. Okay, Gwen Phillips is Danaka, and she's the lady that always talks about statistics, data. Terry Davidson from Boothroyd, she was in the room during the Tawasin. Maureen Chapman, Kyra Mason, Maureen Lugie, Grand Chief Bob Pasco, Shanna Manson, Robert Joseph, the late Harry Pierre, the Grand Chief of Carrier Sakani, Larry Newski, Betty Patrick was with the summit at Tawasin, and when we brought the Tawasin Accord forward, she was the first to stand up, and she said the First Nations Summit will support this. First time ever that the summit, the BCAFN, and the UBCIC agreed to work together and to address the issue of children and families. Sean Atleo, Liz Logan from Treaty 8, Bev Percival, Gitsan, Fred Robbins, Eskedum, Charlene Bellio, Eskedum, Bruce Underwood, Pachidat, Cliff Atleo, Ahouset, Byron Lewis, Okanagan Band, Ron Ignace, Keitchison, the late Robert Shinta from Squila. He was our vice president of the UBCIC. Bob Chamberlain, he was also vice president of the UBCIC. Grand Chief Ed John, Tyrone McNeil, Wayne Christian, and Doug Kelly. And that's my 20-year list. Someday your name will be on here, and 20 years from now, and somebody up here will be acknowledging the fact that as we are standing on the shoulders of these people, the next crew that comes through here in 20 years will be standing on your shoulders. And you will be up here reporting on the wonderful things you've done in your community for our children, and the statistics are going to turn around with what we're faced with right now. This will never be easy. Children and families, it's a very, very emotional issue, just the same as education. So I thank you all for being here to be part of this dream, to be part of this work, and I wish you well when you go back home to your loved ones, and I look forward to our continued work together. Wai Lim Lim.
Wow, thank you. I thank you all for that. Don Tom owes us a report. Next time we see him, we'll call him. Call him on it, right? Okay, so, you know, it looks to needs with Scott the Shies Tinaquail. The Yasu Chetio got the Stalekers Malamna Chiatala Heitzapka. It looks like to me that we've completed our agenda. And out of this great worry for our children and our grandchildren and our babies, you've come together and set I think that the light at the tunnel is about halfway. It was not the great barriers to get to this place anymore. We're opening the doors. These guys are opening the doors. The title of this assembly, Jurisdiction of Our Children. It doesn't say delegated agency or independent agency or independent group. Maybe that'll stick around for a while, but you good people are setting the table for complete jurisdiction over our children. That's the recap I have for you on a great assembly like today and yesterday. So I'm so thankful to be part of it. Beyond that list of names. So thank you so much, everybody, for your kind attendance, your good heart and spirit that made this work and made our work of our leadership a lot easier. So thank you so much. That concludes the business of this assembly, and the business end. We still have a couple of things to conclude. There's going to be the draw. You have gifts to come in from the.
Okay, I've been just asked really quickly, excuse me, on behalf of the Leadership Council, on behalf of the Chief and Council in attendance, on behalf of the people that basically do all the work in the communities, and we all have different titles, but it doesn't mean a darn thing, because we're here together working for our children and families. And I just wanted to say we had an excellent facilitator of facilitators, Ray Harris, who he's got many nicknames, Ray of Sunshine, Ray of Hope, all of those. But we wanted to thank Ray for conducting himself again in the utmost professionalism. He has his moments. And we want to thank him, and just to show our appreciation, let's give him a good standing ovation. I'll let him take back the microphone.
Okay. Boy, yeah, I'm going to fly home now. I'm up there. Yeah, thank you. In terms of going home, be careful. I got a message from somebody that Alyssa's giving you guys Christmas presents early. There's 14 rooms available that have been taken care of for tonight. If you're, it's getting late, you're going to fight traffic. If you would be comfortable to stay a night, an extra night, right? I see Alyssa, she's standing back here. We should give her a hand. She's. This assembly flipped over 3 times before we got it going. And Alyssa is the one that put it together for us here. And Don Johnson did a lot of work for us too on that front. So 14 rooms are available for this evening, and they're going to do a wheel draw, I don't know what
This
you
turned out quite well.
There it is. There's something going on over there. A painting from Dale Stewart, a hand drum and drumsticks from Greg Anderson, a wallet, sweatshirt size large, and a scarf from Francisco, bag, necklace from Carol Harper, 3 burner stickers and beaded orange t-shirt chain, 1 bumper sticker, 1 orange t-shirt. Whew. Number 6 is a smudge kit, orange t-shirt, pin. Boy, those vendors been doing good, eh? Please support the vendors on your way out. A cedar weaving bracelet and a cedar weaving coaster from Patty Williams. Haichka.
And they said executive.
So the wheel is doing the draw. There it is. And is that the first one?
So
First one.
I lost it.
Cheyenne Stonechild, you're a winner of something. I think you get to choose. I don't know. Okay.
She gets the painting.
Huh?
She gets the painting.
You get the painting, Cheyenne. The hand drum? Hand drum is next. You have to be here. Paul Keller. Paul Keller, you're a winner of the hand drum. Wallet and sweatshirt. Next. You hear that? It's like a casino. Craig Smith, you're a winner. Next is a bag and necklace. I'm a nobody. The biggest applause went to nobody. Yeah. There we go. Talisa Mall. Way over here. You got one. I think you got the bag and the necklace. Thank you. Yeah. You can don't re-gift the stuff now. Number 5. Lisa Post. Oh, there's somewhere there. Yeah, we got an indication she's there somewhere. Smudge Kit is next. Shannon, you're a winner. She's around somewhere. Don't say anything, Ray. Don't say nothing. Tammy Price. You're the number 7, lucky 7. Woo. So other than that, we're going to say good evening to all of you. I hope you have a good trip home. And you see that Christmas tree over there? My truck is really old, eh? An old truck. Oh, just hinting there. Regional Chief. Thank you. Hi, Scott. You haven't it yet.